I bring to order the Morrisville Town Council work session for February 26th, 2026. I think we had, so that's the call to order. We don't really adopt an agenda, but at this time I'd like to recognize the town manager for a possible addition to the closed session.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We would like to ask, Mayor, if you would add a second closed session tonight. That one would be relevant to an economic development opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, do we need to do anything else with that, town attorney? Or
As long as you make that, when you adopt the agenda,
okay.
and make the motion to adopt the agenda with that addition.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion to adopt the agenda with that addition.
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Councilmember Johnson, Scroggin Johnson, and a second from Councilmember Johnson. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We will begin of our 4 discussion items, the rental assistance and security deposit program. I'd like to recognize Josh Michael, Planner 2.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good to see you all again. So this is just a follow-up from the previous meeting, the January 27th meeting. So there were some outstanding questions, so just wanted to go over those. All right, so the first slide here, just want to highlight that AMI, that the rental assistance and security deposit program will be using. So that 60% threshold represents the rental assistance program, and the 80% represents the security deposit program. So just wanted to kind of highlight this initial slide and this is also that pamphlet that I passed out in the last meeting. So this is just to illustrate those thresholds for the 2 programs. Give y'all a moment to look at that, take it all in. Yes.
I have a quick, I'm going to fight with the microphone, sorry. So I have a quick question about this. Because 60% is the rental assistance and 80% is the security deposit, is there an estimate of potential number of families that we're helping for security versus the rental assistance? Because we've capped the amount of money, so you might have an estimated split, although that could vary.
It can vary. It really depends on who qualifies and how much their subsidy is. In the January 27th presentation, I gave a couple of estimates that were based off HRNA, and the security deposit was approximately 15 to 20, and the rental assistance could be as little as 5, depending on the subsidy, but we estimate between 5 and 12. So again, it's really dependent on what that subsidy is for the people that apply.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. One of the outstanding questions from the presentation is what is the geographical area for AMI, what that Raleigh-Cary metropolitan statistical area looks like. I believe Councilmember Kessling, that was your question. So it does include Wake County, Johnston County, and Franklin County. So you can see it's a pretty broad area. These numbers are established by the Office of Management and Budget. So leave that up for a moment. If you don't mind, unless there's something, I mean, well.
One question
yeah.
I do have. One question I do have was, we talk about wages and we talk about the rent, and those 2 different things. And we were just looking at the wage numbers. We had information last time. Did we have information last time on the average rent? We have it's average rent for Morrisville, but this is that average rent is not based on this. It's
Yep,
the wages
I'm going to
based
get
on
to
this.
all of that actually. So fair market rent for Morrisville. So this is perhaps speaking to what you're asking, Councilmember Kessling. So we are going to use for the rental assistance and security deposit program, the small area fair market rent. So those numbers better reflect Morrisville versus that Johnson County, Franklin County, Wake County, because then you're looking at more of those rural areas So this is going to better reflect that. So you can see that number for one person or efficiency is $1,930 fair market rent. And that is right in line in what the consultant from HR&A presented to you over a year ago. There was also a request to look at some FMR 5-year data. So as you can see, they've kind of tailored it now to be that SA FMR, the statistical area or the small area fair market rent. That's where you see those numbers really change in 2025 and 2026. You can see that big divide in what used to be FMR for the Raleigh area, which did include Franklin County, Johnson County, Wake County. So what we'll be using are those SA FMR numbers. And you can see, yes, the number is going to go up regardless because rent increases year over year, but you can also see there's approximately a $500 jump when you take into account the 27560 zip code. One of the outstanding questions was also regarding starting salaries for Wake County teachers. This is not North Carolina teachers, this is Wake County teachers. So this comes direct from their compensation package. The numbers reflect, you see that it's more, depending on whether they have those different accreditations, they're still within that 60% threshold for a couple of categories. When you get to the master's degree and National Board for Professional Teaching Standards, it's more into the below 80% AMI, but you can see that bachelor's degree, but not in PTS, is still within that 60% threshold AMI. Also did just want to point out, when we talk about the tiers of qualifiers for this program, excuse me, the program says town employees, Wake County public employees, and teachers in Wake County schools that work in Morrisville. But it's not just teachers, it's also employees of Wake County schools in Morrisville. So I just want to add that caveat as well. That could potentially qualify for the program. This is something that I think is really important that was asked about. The first item was how many current employees live in town. Town Manager Zudema estimated it was less than 10%. He's right on the money. It's 8%. Well done. And I know the goal for Town Council is to hopefully get more employees that work for the town to live in town. So this reflects the first column. Obviously the departments are anonymous, but that next column reflects that 60% AMI. So this might be something that you want to wrestle with. Staff believe that we should maintain the 60% AMI for the rental assistance program and the 80% AMI for security deposit program. However, it is ultimately your decision. You can see that the total number of employees that would qualify for 60% AMI is going to be 25 currently, and the number that would qualify for 80% AMI is 102. So it's a significant leap. Once again, this does not include households' income. So there could be a spouse or another member. So this is just based on data that staff collected from HR. So it may not be a true reflection. There may be more that qualify based on the fact that they have a spouse that doesn't work. So the other thing that I'll add, staff think, I know that Town Council has expressed that they want to be very deliberate, intentional, methodical about going through this program as we do the pilot. Staff think that maintaining that 60% for rental assistance would be ideal initially. Then when we come back to you in 3 months after the launch in late March, give town council a chance to look at the data, see if enough people have applied and met that threshold, and if not, maybe we could reconfigure the numbers then, and we can be flexible. But staff do think that maintaining 60% initially still is prudent at this point. Lastly, just some examples, because I know that we had a little, some math back and forth at the last town council meeting, and sometimes it's hard to do math right on the spot. So I laid out these examples, and I wish that was a little bigger, but hopefully you all can see that. So this is just, and I'll just kind of walk through these different examples. So the first one, if somebody is making $50,000 a year and they fall into one of those categories that qualifies, whether it's town employee, Wake County employee, or Morrisville, Wake County public school employee that works in Morrisville schools. So if they make $50,000 a year and it's a single person household, they do qualify because they fall below that 60% AMI. The 30% of their income breaks down to $1,250 a month. That's where that poverty level comes into play that HUD sets. The gap for the FMR and what they qualify for is $770 that they would receive in subsidy. Example two-person household, now their FMR moves up. They qualify for a more expensive apartment. So again, let's say their income is $63,000. Now, instead of $2,020, since it's a two-person household income, their FMR is $2,230. Their 30% of their income is $1,575 a month. They would receive a subsidy of $655 a month. And you can see each example. The third example is the same. It's just with the FMR, they qualify for a more expensive apartment. I added that little note over on the side that they can rent they can get an apartment. Even if they only have two-person household, they could still rent a three-person household. But the subsidy only allows for the voucher or what they qualify for as a two-person household. So the subsidy is not going to then let them just jump to the three-person FMR. The security deposit assistance is much more straightforward because it's just whether or not you qualify, whether you fall underneath that 80% AMI. If you do, then you get the full, whatever the security deposit is. So that is really all I had to present tonight. Those were some of the outstanding questions from the last town council meeting. And I'm happy to take any questions. I think there may have been some discussion about whether or not we should go from 60% to or 80% AMI for rental assistance. So we could certainly discuss that. But yes, Councilmember Coucil.
Is the subsidy based on the FMR or the actual rent of the apartment?
It's based on the FMR.
Okay.
Yes. They cannot exceed the FMR. They could rent an apartment that's in excess of the FMR, but they would have to make up that difference. Mayor Colley.
So, in all the talking about affordable housing.
Mayor, microphone, please. Sorry. Thank you.
Good idea.
You got me trained well.
Yes. 30% in this parlance is usually not just the rent, it's also utilities, if not included in the rent, like electricity, water, sewer, natural gas. So if we're only helping them from 30% rent, we're not getting them past the 30%. Do you know what I mean? So is there any way that we can think about addressing that? Because we're not giving them enough to not still be cost burdened.
So one of the reasons that we chose Neighbor Up as an administrator, because they do look at those extemporaneous factors. As far as, I think, are you asking if there's a way to increase the amount? Is that what you're asking?
Well, if our goal is to not have them be cost burdened, just covering the rent doesn't do that.
Right.
Because usually the cost burden is rent and utilities and the insurance they have to do, stuff like that. So I don't know if that's something we want to try to address too.
When we looked at the build out of this program, we really focused on just the rent at this point. I think that is certainly a definite concern with affordable housing. I think as we perhaps build it out future, that's something that we could certainly address. But in the scope of this project, we did not consider those. What we did, and town council, when you decided to kind of mix it up between security deposit or rental assistance, I think that, you know, security deposit is one of those burdens that for rent. So that addresses at least that component. But as far as utilities, things like that, that wasn't really something that was worked into the scope of this. I will say that some of the rental units do include some of those into the rent. Of course, if it's going to be a single family detached or something like that that's being rented, that's probably not included. But I think that is certainly, for now, since it's a pilot, I think that's something that we could certainly look towards the future.
Yeah, I agree. It's a little late in the game to be tweaking it at that level, so I wish I had thought of it earlier, but I think we're
Yeah,
in good shape.
I think it's a very legitimate concern, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I'll go. So thank you for bringing this back. Thank you for the information. 60%, so your staff is recommending 60% for the rental assistance, 80% for the down payment. And I know you said this, but I'm just going to repeat it. And you're going to come back 3 months after the program has started to kind of give us an update and feedback of where we're at and if that's working and not working and how to tweak it. And perfect. Then
Yes.
I'm good with that.
Thanks, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you.
I think Councilmember Patel was next.
Just on the utilities. Thank you. By the utilities, don't utility companies also have some of the programs for low-income families?
There are some subsidies, and that's, again, going back to, you know, one of the reasons why we did choose Neighbor Up is they are very familiar with some of these extra avenues for getting different subsidies. They have even a work program that they use. So there's lots of opportunities for, once the applicants are actually in and approved, then Neighbor Up has an individual counselor that works with each one of the applicants, and they're able to more adequately inform them of these other opportunities than someone like the town of Morrisville staff could at this point. So that is a very intentional reason why Neighbor Up was selected as well.
Can we go to page 7?
Yes.
I'm just looking at the difference in qualifying criteria between single-person household, 2% and 3%. And doesn't anybody feel that someone with 2 or 3% household is almost at a disadvantage compared to single-person household in terms of
So
income, household income?
yeah, so these numbers are set by HUD. One of the, and I should have mentioned this, I brought this up at the last meeting. Part of the programming for this is, of course, tax dollars. So Morrisville the town has the ability to set this program however you would like. You can suggest any parameters. Town council agreed to kind of adhere to HUD standards, because if there are opportunities to fold in some funding in the future, then we would already be established with those HUD standards. And the reason that I think that that is the wise move is if you have someone that qualifies under whatever town standards, that let's do a hypothetical where town has a certain threshold that doesn't comply with HUD standards, and then we are able to get funding. There could be potential for those people that qualified under Morrisville standards. Now they're kicked off because they don't comply with HUD standards. So I think this serves two purposes. One is it keeps everything consistent, and it also allows for future opportunities in case if we ever are fortunate enough to get some federal funding to support this program if it's successful.
All right.
But I certainly understand. I know
I just
exactly what
see,
you're saying. Yeah.
If somebody's making 63,000 to a 2% household, that's kind of difficult, but yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Kessler.
Since we're on this slide, I am a little bit confused by it because it's by fiscal year, but then we're breaking out two different statistical areas with that.
Mm-hmm.
Could you explain?
So you wanted 5 years of data. So the purpose of this slide is to point out the Raleigh-Cary FMR is going to be different. It would be lower if for FY 2025. I'm sorry, I wish I had those numbers right in front of me. I believe FY 2025 for Raleigh-Cary MSA is about $1,600. Don't quote me on that, but I could certainly follow up with an email for you. The SAFMR allows us to kind of serve in the little microcosm that is Morrisville and really tailor to the fair market rent for the 27560 zip code.
Yeah, I guess the question is, do we have the SAFMR for 22, 23, 24?
No, and that's why I put that little note up there that the earlier years relied on MSA level because HUD hadn't mandated for all public housing agencies. Our public housing agency is Wake County, of course.
Gotcha. I wanted to echo Mayor Colley's concern about the utilities. An idea that I had is if we were doing the program, and I don't know exactly how it would work, but presumably it would be no less than 30% spent on rent with this program, but maybe it's include the utilities, it's 32%. Be nice to know what that extra utilities cost is. And then also breaking that out if a family decides to spend more on housing, right? If it's they're now at 40% of their income, just knowing, utilities might be 2%, the extra cost of the rent might be 8%. Breaking that out because it's not, that's not equal, and maybe just a why. It's just the why. And then also for utilities, educational resources, I think that would be good. Here's how you can save water. Here's how you can save electricity. That would probably be nice to have.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I can pay. I mean, as the data comes in, that is certainly something, and I'll talk to Neighbor Up to see if that's something that they're already. I'm fairly sure that is something that they are hearing from the people that are already partnering with them. So. Any other questions? Okay, so just to confirm, town council is comfortable with sticking with the initial 60% AMI for rental assistance, 80% for security deposit, and moving forward. Great. I will be back to report the first data, and hopefully we'll have some really interesting stats for y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Our next item will be Economic Development Incentive Policy Review. We'd like to welcome Tiffany McNeil, Economic Development Director, to the table.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Press the little person button.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Good evening again. Um, I'll wait for him to-
The mouse should be there.
Right there. So is it? Here we go. Thanks. I want to briefly highlight the objectives of this work session. So tonight, we want to review the town's current economic development incentive policy, its structure and framework, and examine discrepancies between certified capital investment and assessed tax value, provide regional comparisons with our surrounding peers, evaluate potential policy refinements, and assess potential fiscal and competitiveness, and also seek council guidance on preferred policy direction. Before we get into the policy review, just a quick overview and highlight of our current market and development environment. We are positioned very strongly, located centrally in Research Triangle region with immediate access, of course, to RDU International Airport and our proximity to major research universities, and have a very strong business climate. Additionally, we are a mature and largely developed community with limited greenfield inventory. And we're seeing an increasing emphasis on potential repositioning of product. And we continue to compete on location, talent access, and industry, and industry. We have a strong presence in advanced manufacturing, business and financial services, clean tech, life sciences, and technology. These are our 5 targeted industries. And we continue to seek capital-intensive and high-wage industries that shape our local project profiles. So therefore, our incentive framework should reflect its position as a mature, high-value market and align with current development patterns and industry composition. This image here is a infographic, which is a highlighted overview of our current economic incentive policy. Currently, in order to receive an economic incentive in the town of Morrisville, a company must invest at least $10 million in capital investment, and that incentive will pay out 1% of that $10 million and create at least 50 jobs. Now, these jobs have to be all new full-time jobs. If a company has designated themselves as a corporate headquarters, they're eligible for up to 1.5% of the capital investment. An existing industry must invest at least $5 million, and the payout is over an 8-year period. When we are evaluating potential projects for incentives, we look at the total of the new jobs created. They must provide full-time employee benefits. The average wage must be greater than the Wake County average wage, which is now $80,816. And we look again at the amount of new capital investment, and then the time frame for which they're going to make the investment. Typically, a company will make that and has committed to make the investment within a 3 to 5 year period. In our current policy, it indicates that they must be eligible for a One North Carolina fund. Frankly, in Wake County, it's becoming a little more difficult to be eligible for a One North Carolina fund just because of the thresholds in a Tier 3 county. A lot of the projects that we have worked have been eligible for JDIGs, which is a Job Development Investment Grant. You'll see that a lot of our surrounding neighbors have a state match as well. And again, just to reiterate, our economic policy is performance-based. So it requires that the company commits to the capital investment, and they must actually perform and create those jobs before they're able to get a payout. And that kind of reiterates the image before. It's a standard 8-year payout. Companies must maintain their minimum investment and job levels year over year. And the town grants are post-performance. So once they have created the jobs and once they have made the capital investment, that's when they're able to receive a grant and not before. This slide here is an example of how an incentive is paid. I like to use the $250 million as my model. It's a good number, right? So let's say a company has a project that invests $250 million and they are eligible for a 1% performance-based grant. The total potential incentive is $2.5 million paid annually over 8 years. That equals $312,500 per year. Here, you'll see what a typical payout should look like year over year for the 8 years. So how does that incentive work? Again, the investment is completed, so they make their required capital investment, and they create the jobs that they have agreed upon within their incentive agreement. Often working with myself and Frank to finalize those agreements. And then the excess tax value is confirmed, and that's confirmed through the Wake County tax records. The taxes must be paid in full, so the company pays 100% of their property taxes owed to the town. Then that compliance is verified, so the town verifies the investment, job levels, and wage requirements through that annual review. And the grant is issued. Town issues performance grant after taxes are collected and compliance is confirmed. So it's a 5-step process. So I want to talk a little bit about the alignment issue. So companies, our current policy states that the companies must meet a capital investment threshold based on total project spend. So that's what, when I come to you and we're looking at a company that is interested in locating here and looking at potentially giving them incentives, we bring forth information about the potential capital investment, which is the real intangible personal property, whether that's the land or the equipment that's required to operate that business. Incentive payments are then verified annually based on the excess taxable value confirmed by Wake County. Now, capital investment and excess value are two different things, but that is the number, the excess value is the number we use to confirm that the capital investment has been made. So certain industries invest heavily in specialized equipment, such as maybe software, that depreciates rapidly for tax purposes. So as a result, the excess value may decline over a period of time, but the physical investment does remain in our community. And so this can cause a technical misalignment. It doesn't mean that we have a huge fiscal loss in our community, but what happens is, I'll give you an example. If we have a company that's looking to invest $10.5 million in the community, capital investment is $10.5 million. Our threshold is $10 million. By year 2 or 3, they've already depreciated because it could be a business that's heavy in software. They've fallen below the compliance, and then they're no longer eligible for an incentive. I bring this to you because during one of my conversations with a site consultant, it was pointed out that there's a misalignment in the policy and then the way the policy is able to actually operate.
I'm sorry, would you mind saying all that again?
Okay, I'll give you, I'll use the $10 million as an example. Okay. Let's say we're looking to locate a project and the total capital investment is $10.5 million. So the capital investment is the project spend, it's the land, and it's the equipment that they need. Our capital investment threshold for a project is $10 million. By year 3, and so our capital investment threshold is $10 million. But the way our community and the way all the surrounding communities confirm investment is through Wake County tax records. Because it's very difficult to get a company to share their total project spend and confirm and verify. But one surefire way to verify, at least the investment, is through Wake County tax records, because everybody has to pay property taxes. So let's say they invested $10.5 million initially. By year 3, the software has depreciated. It's now fallen to $9.87 million. We have agreed to pay out over 8 years, but by year 3, they've somewhat they've defaulted because they've fallen below that threshold. Because we're saying they have to remain at $10.5 million for the duration of the 8 years.
So what happens when they fall below the $10 million?
Then you wouldn't be eligible for payout.
They wouldn't? Or-
They would not be. Based on our policy, we would not pay out.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, I don't think I understand exactly why that's a problem.
Because we have committed and said that you're eligible for this incentive. It's just a small technical misalignment. So it appears that they're eligible for the full 300 and, well, the full 2.5 million, but they would never qualify to be able to receive that. But that's what we're telling them that they can get.
Right, but we're telling them that they can do that as long as they stay above the $10 million, right?
But because of the way the policy is built, for a lot of projects, it's gonna be difficult to stay above because of depreciation. And you're looking at certain project types this fall, and so that's why I'll get further along, but that's why I think it's an opportunity for us to also look at the thresholds that we have set.
But wouldn't we have the same problem at any threshold with a company that just meets the threshold?
We would have a similar problem, and that's why some communities, such as Wake County, I think Wake County and Garner, they're moving towards a model that we want to work and partner with the companies. So once they come to our community and commit and make the investment, as long as they stay in the community and they maintain their job thresholds, we take the depreciation off of the table. Unless the depreciation, I'll give you an example. The only way it would be a huge detriment if your depreciation drops, let's say 20, 40, $50 million, that's gonna imply that your job numbers is probably gonna drop as well, and then you will no longer be eligible.
So along the same lines, don't we now currently in our, I think this is the same thing, in our policy, we do not pay out any more than they are giving in tax revenue?
No, we do not.
Okay, and are you saying that's gonna change?
No,
Based
that
on
would
this?
never change.
Okay, perfect.
That would never
That's-
change.
I want to make sure that was the
No,
right
that would
answer.
never change. We will never pay out more than what they're giving in revenue.
Perfect.
I think we've actually, just in general discussions, been able to kind of move ahead in the conversation. So I'll stop right here and kind of discuss a little bit of the regional comparisons. I'll highlight there are some communities that have shifted, including Wake County, to shape their model where the incentive is a percentage of the new tax growth. And that is a tiered percentage. It could vary from 50 to 80%. Some communities in Wake County have a customized economic incentive policy that just shifts based on the actual project itself. The larger the project, the more customized and the higher the percentage of new tax growth may be for the actual incentive. Fuquay Marina does more of like a cost model, so up to 5% of the total project itself. Generally, that averages about 1% to 1.5% of the capital investment, with their thresholds being anywhere from $3 million to $5 million in capital investment. Their typical terms, that is actually incorrect. It is a one-time payment So it's not paid over 5 to 8 years. It's a one-time payment of the eligible costs. Wake counties, generally, there's a 5 million capital investment threshold and anywhere up to 25 million to 100 million. That's held for some of those mega projects. Also, when you look at their tier, you are eligible for a higher percentage if the jobs actually pay more. So if it's 110% of the county wage or 120% of the county wage, then the incentive amount can increase. And that is the same for Apex. Apex sets their threshold beginning at $3 million for 20 jobs and $5 million for 25 jobs. Each one of these entities have average about 3 to 5 years in their payout. Wake County can be anywhere from 5 to 8 years, and Holly Springs varies based on the project and the project size. So where we're similar to our peers, based on our current model, you know, we all prioritize high-quality jobs in target industries. Many of us have similar target industries because we model the region and Wake County. So we share the same goal for attracting this strong, significant tax base. Where we do differ is our capital investment threshold begins at $10 million. Other communities kind of varies about a $2 million to $5 million entry point. Some of those communities are leaning towards, again, that new tax growth model. And they have more of a tiered structure and sliding scale models for their communities. So let's take a look at what is working under our current policy. So we have, again, post-performance structure that protects the town funds. Incentives, of course, are only paid after tax revenue is collected. We do have a fixed 1% and 1.5% for corporate headquarters structure that creates a more predictable fiscal exposure. An 8-year term does provide some long-term stability. And we have clear capital investment thresholds that are very transparent. And so where we have some opportunities for alignment, I'll stop here at, alignment between our capital investment and assessed tax value over time. And then when I say that, again, that comparison where capital investment is your two project spend, assessed value is looking at the Wake County tax records, what your property and your equipment is currently assessed over time. And then there's an opportunity to consider whether our current capital investment and job thresholds remain appropriate, considering our market and considering the industries and the type of industry that we recruit here and that are dominant in our community. Again, that's aligned with that industry mix. And then we have an opportunity, of course, to just periodically evaluate and look at our fiscal exposure and see how relevant they are to regional models. And that's essentially making sure that we continue to review our policies and make sure they're aligned with our long-term goals. So options for policy direction. I'll say this is the only name that I could come up with this, and I think it made a lot of sense. When I was reviewing the policy, I had an opportunity to have several conversations throughout the community, speaking with some of my peers, just benchmarking, understand how their incentives currently operate. Had an opportunity to meet with Wake County Economic Development, Michael Haley, Albert Alwayne. I also had some discussions and conversations with Michael James. Frank and I had some lengthy discussions. Even had conversations with Jonathan Morgan at UNC Chapel Hill, and some of my colleagues back at Commerce Finance, just to get a good understanding of economic development policy around in our region. And so one option that we have from a policy direction standpoint is make sure our incentive agreements would continue to establish a defined capital investment threshold at project approval, and making sure that capital investment is confirmed using the excess taxable value as reported by Wake County in the, let's say, in the first year after investment is complete. So what I'm saying here is, again, we use capital investment as a threshold. That's that project spend. That's the amount of real property, intangible property that a company is going to invest. But at the point where that capital investment, that assessed value is equal to the capital investment, that is the point where, okay, we said that company has made their commitment. They have committed to their investment with the town. And then this would, moving forward, depreciation wouldn't be the consideration. They would still have to maintain the job commitment. And as long as they maintain the job commitment and that would be verified, that they remain committed to the jobs, then they would be in compliance with our incentive agreement. So this is more like a peak assessment model. It's moving away from, much like Wake County, taking depreciation off the table there, saying you've committed, you've made the capital investment, and you are still here with the jobs in our community, and you're staying invested in our community. Question? Go ahead.
To Councilmember Johnson's point earlier, if the depreciation gets to the point that we're not recouping, could that happen?
And so additional to that, we would not be paying out 1% based on the capital investment. We would be paying out 1% based on the assessed value. So we would not be paying out
So that would
more.
decline also.
That would decline their grant payment as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Thank you.
No, that's okay. Just an observation, and it's a technical observation. Tax cycles and depreciation schedules are normally 3 to 5 years, like our computers have maybe a 4-year depreciation cycle, as an example. I'm not familiar with items or major investments that have an 8-year depreciation cycle, so I'm not really sure how. And I wasn't on the council when the original policy was set forward, but I think we inherently, with the 8-year, are going to see some depreciation issues just by the fact that most depreciation cycles are 5 years.
And I think, to your point, that could be the reason why a lot of surrounding communities and peers offer their payout for 3 to 5 years. They don't typically go outside of up to 8 years, unless the project itself is higher investment. So those higher investment projects, like the Amgen with the $1 billion, those grant terms are longer.
Now, so there's a misalignment with our peers of 8 versus 5, and we've just discussed the depreciation typical schedules. But I was a little confused as to how the 8-year is an advantage for stability, because it seems like the town would be responsible for providing that incentive 3 more years longer than our peers. So that didn't seem like an advantage to the town. It seemed like an advantage to the recipient.
It's an advantage to the recipient. It's advantage from a marketing standpoint, which makes us more competitive, but it's not necessarily an advantage to us as a town. We're paying out in a longer period, and from a compliance and operational standpoint for the individuals that have to manage the payout, to your point. That's correct.
And so if I put in $100 million and then 4 years later, that initial investment depreciates out, if I reinvest, is that accounted for? If I put another $25 million into my business at year 4, and I initially qualified in year 1, do you do that math to kind of readjust? Or
it's not under this current model, That would be something that could be possible under a percentage of new tax growth, or if you're paying out, let's say, 1% of whatever the assessed value is.
Okay, so I think the assessed value is a good nugget for conversation, as well as looking at the length of the policy. So, thank you very much.
So Tiffany, can I just follow up a little bit on that again too? Have we had this issue with depreciation? I mean, I understand depreciation, I understand time length, and have we had this issue in the past?
I'm not necessarily aware, only because maybe my short tenure, but I will say when I was negotiating and having a conversation with one company that I was trying to recruit, it was an issue early on. The consultant happened to be a CPA, so I think it was something that they were able to spot very, very easily, and that was a concern.
Okay, I think it's, valuable to have the discussion and surely think about that as a situation that might occur, but I was just really curious if I don't think we ever, we didn't pay out half the time when we offered incentives,
But it's also dependent on the project type. So there are certain project types that are more likely to have that type of depreciation. And this particular project type that I was working with was a project that was going to have equipment that was going to depreciate very quickly. So if you think about your office projects.
Yep. And I know you were going to offer suggestions that we change the 10 million threshold. Is that
Yes.
also going to come into play then, because we're going to look at lower thresholds?
Yes.
Okay.
And this is just an example of what this peak assessment model would be. Again, once that assessed value is equal to that capital investment commitment that is agreed upon in that incentive agreement, then depreciation is no longer in the consideration because you've committed to your investment. You've got to maintain those job thresholds. But again, you're getting paid out based on that 1% of the assessed value. So assessed value comes into play. And this is a comparison of what the standard is currently today and what that would be once you went with this option. You'll see that in by year three, there may not be a payout if there's depreciation. So another option for policy would be to move towards approach that mirrors and very similar to, council member, I missed you there. What was your question? That's okay. Okay. Another option would be move towards a model more very similar to Wake County and some of our other communities surrounding us, with a tier performance model. And so this is based off of a percentage of the new tax growth. And I will say I was very conservative in these percentages. If you happen to look at some of the other communities, theirs goes up to 60, 70, 80%, 50% of the new tax growth. So I got very conservative with my percentages. So the incentive percentage would scale based on investment and jobs threshold. The higher capital investment and job creation would unlock higher percentage levels. Payout remains post-performance and based on actual tax revenue collected. And then it's designed to, create alignment between the project scale and town participation. So you would have 4 tiers with tier 4 being $5 million in capital investment, tier 3, 10 million, tier 2, 25 million, tier 1, 50 million. And then you'll see the job commitment varies as well. One thing that's significant, that's different from what we do now, I look at the average wage commitment. So we're requiring, in order to get 50% of the incentive percentage, then you would have to pay at least 120% of the average wage, which I think is probably about 92,000 a year.
Do you have any examples you can give it later?
Okay.
Like working examples and our last examples that we have. Yeah, if you can give us our last 3-4 economic development things that we have done.
Okay.
And if we had given like, say, Novartis and others, like how would that play out?
Okay. Using this model?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Oh, let's see. Any questions here? So comparing the two models, one that's current now, this is a comparison chart of what an average payout would look, what an actual payout would look like. And this is still taking consideration the 8 years. It's kind of difficult to, this is just an estimate, and this is assuming there's 25% depreciation, which is kind of like on the standard table. And you do know that things depreciate at a different level. So I often use 25%. It's just like a standard estimate. It's just depending on the equipment and the product itself. Where if we're paying out an annual payout for $2.5 million total incentive over 8 years, using the current model we have, that's a $2.5 million incentive. Considering 50% participation, which is 50% of the estimated new tax growth, that total incentive is $2.625 million. Now that's over 8 years. Compared to some communities, the 50% it can be conservative, just depending on the project itself. You have a question?
Yeah. I'd be interested in a scenario where the depreciation goes under and what that incentive would be.
Okay. Goes under the 25%.
Right, in year 3 or whatnot. As well as the benefit that we receive in each of the scenarios.
Question?
So I know you're going to go through some more options too, Tiffany, but I guess I'm struggling a little bit with why would we choose an option that would pay out larger total incentives than the current policy when the current policy is working? I mean, I know it needs to be updated and tweaked. I get all that.
That's not my recommendation.
Okay.
But I wanted you to
Thank you.
see, but I wanted you to see options.
Thank you.
And then, just to add, I've just continued to benchmark and have discussions. So there is another option for this option as well. We could potentially decrease the number of years and change it from 8 years to 5 years and still use new tax growth. But again, I do think that there's a little bit more risk in the new tax growth model considering, you know, tax reevaluation and from a compliance standpoint and just managing the grant payout as well. I think there's a little, I like a little more fiscal control. And that's why I'm a little partial to keeping the 1% or the 1.5% payout, but tweaking the way we implement it. And your question?
I know, Tiffany, we did ask about this alternative for incentives, you know, to see, you know, how are the others doing and, you know, in the past, how competitive we are. In your opinion, do you think by adjusting ours, will it give us a competitive advantage over others just from an incentive point of view? I know location-wise, no one can beat us. We are pretty well established, but are there any instances that, you know, I know you're not being a whole lot, but that because of the incentives, people walked away? Or not just us, or some other locations, you know, they had a better deal somewhere.
I think that we have an opportunity to improve our current model. I was sharing, and I think you might have walked in when I was sharing. I was having a conversation with a consultant, and we ended up having a conversation over a couple of days where I did feel like they could potentially walk away because they had concerns about the depreciation and the way the current policy read. So I think that was a concern. I think that considering the way the current market conditions look and our ability to compete for certain projects like office projects, that it would benefit us to reevaluate our current thresholds in order to be able to successfully compete for those projects. An office project is probably not going to invest $10 million. So they're not going to be able to get our incentive. We have an opportunity in inventory that can accommodate them, but many of them are not necessarily investing $10 million. When I was meeting with Michael Haley, we talked about 3 different levels of projects that we're seeing from an investment standpoint. We're seeing anywhere from 2 to 5 million to that 50 to 100 million mark, and then beyond. We're seeing 350 to $1 billion. And so there are varying amounts of investment levels coming in. And unfortunately, just right now, our investment threshold is sitting relatively higher. We could consider changing the investment threshold by project type. That could be an option that we look at further.
Yes, something that just, we have to be competitive. You know, we have the entire perimeter park area with office buildings, and that will affect our tax, you know, every 3 years based on how it is. So what can we do from incentive point of view that can at least create that wedge up? I think all for those kind of conversations.
Councilmember Patel?
Actually, you kind of, excuse me, you kind of answered my question. I was going to ask, what part of current policies that are not working for us?
I believe the way we aligned just our definition of capital investment with assessed value, not taking into account the way the depreciation impacts the policy currently, and then our thresholds, looking at that $10 million threshold, whether we continue to have a $10 million threshold, but look at it by project type. I think those are 2 things that we can look at. It's even consider the way we know we want high growth jobs. We know we want high paying jobs. We could potentially look at paying out higher incentives based on the percentage of the average wage. Let's say if a company pays 110% of the average wage, then they would be eligible for the higher percentage. Those are just some things to consider.
You might want to just try to get through the end.
Yeah.
And then you can recommend something for us.
Okay, so staff recommendation, adjust our capital thresholds from $5 million to new target industry projects, $3 million, so from 10 million to 5 million for new projects, from 5 million to 3 million for existing industry expansions, and then add a tier for $2 million for office and corporate projects. Minimum 50 new jobs would remain, but with an average requirement of 110% of the Wake County average wage is currently $80,616. So it will reflect a new minimum of $88,678 average wage for the projects that we are offering incentives for. Add that peak assessment confirmation where once the assessed value reaches the committed capital investment threshold value based on the incentive agreement, then depreciation comes off the table, but job remains the, job commitment remains that performance. And then potentially add a target industry flexibility provision where we may be able to offer a higher percentage based on target industry. And those, go ahead. Mayor Collins.
So what about projects that aren't a target industry at all? What's their minimum?
They would still fall under, they could potentially still, so we could revise that, and so not new target industry, and just make that new projects.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's
So if they're a target, we might give them a little
yes.
bump.
Mm-hmm. So they would be $5 million.
Okay. And please remind me, an $88,678 average salary, would that person be able to live in Morrisville? Buy a home or rent?
Yes, because that number, and I should have got that from Josh.
Yeah,
That
Josh
number
would've been good to
is,
keep
Josh
in
just
there.
left out. I want
Because
to,
that would be what I'm interested in, that the average.
it's
average wage,
78,000.
78, so this
And
would
I
be
can,
above that.
I'll get that for you.
Okay. Because I mean, if we're looking for a number, we can bump it to 120 of Wake County if that's what they need to live and work in Morrisville. I think that was a concern of ours. Those are my thoughts at this point. I appreciate all the work you've done. I support the recommendation.
I do have, a couple more slides. So I asked a couple questions for council. So does council support adjusting the minimum investment and job thresholds to better reflect Morrisville's current market and target industries?
Thumbs up, or you want to go on two?
I don't necessarily support, sorry. Everybody's on these mics tonight. I don't necessarily support a targeted industries flexibility at this time. You know, I think that when we make these adjustments, if the need for more incentives for target industry comes up, I think we could evaluate at that time, but I don't, but the rest of it I definitely agree with. And I think particularly adding the third tier at the office level is a good idea.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Patel? Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Councilmember
I'll
Patel.
wrap you.
I wanted to say that I'm not super excited about it being easier for profit-driven companies to take public money. So I rather am in favor of the current policy as is, you know, with specific adjustments. But I guess I just wanted to get that out there. And then, you know, not within the scope of this, but I'd love to see worker co-ops or B corporations if that's allowed in North Carolina.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry. I'd love to incentivize worker co-ops or B corporations if that's allowed in North Carolina. And then also not using greenfield sites. And then average wage can hide inequality. You could have one person making a lot of money and a lot of people making very little money. So maybe a ratio would be nice.
Okay.
those are just my thoughts.
And then Councilmember Patel. And then Councilmember.
Could you explain the minimum 50 new job requirement a little bit? If you're talking about some office project, $2 million office project for a new business, how are they going to be 50 new employees?
That's a good point. So currently, the threshold for jobs is 50 jobs. I did not make a recommendation to change that threshold. But I think what I'm hearing you say is if they invest 2 million, could they potentially bring in less jobs? Is that what I'm hearing? Or are you asking me to explain where we came with the 50 million, the $50 threshold?
50 new jobs minimum.
So the 50 new jobs minimum has been in place since the beginning of that policy in 2016. I made no recommendations necessarily to change that because I personally like projects that bring a lot of jobs. And so that's, if the council wanted to consider changing that threshold, I am open to further reviewing that and coming back with some data on the average job creation size based on project itself. That might be something we look at. So I'm open to your thoughts and recommendations.
Right.
One second, can I ask you that question?
Yeah, since we're on the subject, I'm not sure if you're the same. I guess what's our goal? Because people are going to look at this and they're going to say, okay, we're going to keep talking to them or not. So does 50 make us less competitive? If we make it 25, does that make us more competitive and have us stay within the process? I guess that's kind of.
I understand what you're saying. I've been fortunate where most of the projects that I've worked since I've been here all created more than 50 jobs. I've had to tell 2 projects that they were not eligible because one created 29 jobs and one created maybe 25. I've only had to turn away 2. But that's just been my experience. I can look and evaluate more. Again, I think it probably would be benefit if I reach out to Wake County and get an overall to see what the average project job size is that they experience based on the project type. That might be of value and of interest to council.
So if we're still on that thread, so those were $10 million investments that only made 25 jobs?
No, that investment was $25 million with 29 jobs. As an example.
So that makes me want to think that maybe we want to lower that. Because $29 million is tax revenue that might have been nice. But you're just following our incentive policy, so that's just a thought on that.
Okay. Councilman Guillermo.
Yeah, I hear what Councilor Castling is trying to say, but for a better context, JDIC is the state. They give the incentives, and then it comes down to the county, and then it comes down to the towns. So it goes from the state to the county to the town, and everyone has an incentive policy that is attached, and that's how it works. It's if we opt not to use it, the other towns will basically take it. As simple as that, because the incentives, like Apple, for example, $1 billion investment, they got, I don't know how many millions in dollars of tax incentives. That comes from the state. Then, since it is in Wake County gives it. It's not in Morrisville, so it doesn't get a town incentive. So that's how it works. And we have very less leverage in saying we don't want to give it. So pretty much our neighboring town will grab it. That's how it usually works, correct?
Yeah, I think it is a good point to note that it's oftentimes when we're competing for a project, we are competing as partners. Wake County is competing as a partner with us, Durham County, and we're competing, I'll give you an example, if we're competing against Durham County or Dallas, Texas in this matter. And what happens is we put together a collective package. So that package includes a proposal from the state of North Carolina, the Job Development Investment Grant. It includes a package from Wake County. It includes a package from the town, and then North Carolina Community College and various other partners. And it can possibly be if one partner is not participating or contributing, then the entire project becomes at risk. And so we're no longer positioning ourselves to be competitive in the market. Was
Yeah,
that an additional question?
That's correct, and just add to that, like, power is a big contributor to that too, because Spark, when we were having conversations, they wanted every pharmaceutical or want uninterrupted power supply. Apple was like one of the main reasons we got Apple, because Duke Energy signed with the Governor Cooper saying that we'll give you uninterrupted power supply in RTP. Because at the same time there was like blackouts in Austin. Those were the kind of conversations that basically brings these multi-billion-dollar projects into town, and especially for us in the Macromin corridor, we have Duke having, putting a new substation. All they do it because they want the closest uninterrupted power supply to the industry.
I'm sorry.
So let's try to get back to that and keep this moving.
Okay, sorry. And again, so does council support resolving the capital investment versus assessed value discrepancy with more of a peak assessment model? So, okay.
Hang on one second, Satish, you don't support the peak assessment model?
We'll go back.
I'm not sure if
I don't.
I was
I don't think it
I was
here.
not there at that time, so that's the reason I'm trying to understand.
When it depreciates and goes below the threshold, we'll only pay what's left for the assessment. So we'll sort of grade it down instead of telling them that they're no longer qualified.
Right, instead of zero.
Instead of zero, they still, because depreciation is bringing them below the threshold, and that will make them non-qualified to keep the incentives going, so this way.
Like an example, like we lost like a demo.
Not that low, because what happened with the depreciation of Dale when their jobs went down as well.
Mm-hmm.
That was the main thing. So the jobs have to remain the same here. So job performance has to remain the same, but the way our incentive agreement is currently written now, if you go below your capital investment, which is the assessed value, you no longer qualify for the payment. But like year 2 or year 3, you might have some depreciation because of software.
Okay, that's fine.
Should staff return with a single recommended policy framework or 2 complete draft alternatives for comparison? Councilmember Rabat. Oh, I'm sorry, it's good. I'm gonna go with Councilman first. I didn't see you said enough, I apologize.
Councilmember Satish, I hear what you're saying about wanting to attract industry into town. I suppose there's costs and benefits to this, right? There's the incentive, right? We're incentivizing them. That's a cost to us. We're going to give them that money, but we'll get some benefit in tax revenue. I think some more quality of life, maybe losses that I'm curious about is, if our community ends up with higher energy rates, loss of water in our area, and then also the loss of tree canopies with a greenfield site getting a new development like that. And I don't think I was in favor of the peak assessment. I suppose if the company comes in, they read the assessment policy or the incentive policy, and they make that decision, and then later on it stops paying out. I don't have an issue with that, I suppose.
I think that the concern is the way it currently is written, and this has happened throughout the state of North Carolina, just having some conversations with some friends in Commerce Finance Center and site consultants. Companies have never been able to get a payout initially because it doesn't even have to be a steep depreciation. It could literally be a depreciation of $1,000. If it does not equal the exact amount of capital investment or assessed value that is committed in the incentive agreement, then technically, legally, you're not eligible for payout. We're not talking about drastic depreciations because typically if you have a drastic depreciation, then you're gonna see the result from a job standpoint too. And then you're no longer in compliance to payout. And you shouldn't be receiving payout because you're no longer committed to that community. So this is a protection and a partnership with the company that makes us competitive, because if we're committing to an incentive policy, then the incentive policy should at least be able to be paid. It should not have a technical glitch that will not allow the company to be able to receive it, because that wouldn't be good stewardship on the town part.
Understood.
As long as the company's performing.
Yeah. One idea that I had would be, it would be nice to have maybe sample companies, right? Like, I said sample, but maybe example is maybe a better word. One company, might be a paper mill. Not that it would be a paper mill. That's what came to mind. And it might only have, 5 employees throughout the entire process because it's just one big piece of machinery, versus a chicken plant, let's say. Not that I'm trying to bring those things to town. It's just what are coming to mind, that has, hundreds of workers, right? So I think for our targeted industries, which is not paper mills and not chicken plants, what does that, how many typical jobs, would be for that industry over that industry over that industry? What would the typical capital investment be for this industry over that industry over that industry? And having that kind of as a comparison would be, I think, nice for, kind of assessing where these thresholds are.
Okay. So so that I'm clear, you're looking for basically the average job creation per industry.
Sure, yeah. Like if we have one industry that averages, 75 jobs, and another industry that averages 30 jobs, then one would be able to, and we're targeting both industries, then, I guess it's not necessarily equal. Like we'd be getting more of the one industry and less of the other industry, just because of, does that make sense?
I'm not 100% sure if I'm tracking.
Over time, when you see more of them come to us, you'll see that each one's pretty much a one-off, and they're all going to be different. So it's each time we're just kind of to decide. We just need a general overall policy, but what we're looking for in general.
Yeah.
So I hear what you're saying. I think you'll be more comfortable as it goes on.
Because as a general rule, a company, an industry that is only going to have five workers is, generally speaking, not going to qualify for incentives.
Well, they wouldn't qualify for our incentive policy.
Unless we change the policy
Well,
to allow for, 30 people instead of 50 people.
okay.
Are you recommending that?
No, that is not my recommendation.
It was, you mentioned that, the
I was
50's
just,
kind of.
we were having a conversation, say if that's what the town council wanted to move for, but that wasn't my recommendation to change.
And I think
the
my
job.
comment about kind of the example companies is ties into that.
Gotcha. But I will come back with average job creation per industry based on some of the projects that we've seen announced or in our threshold, our pipeline, sorry. I think that was fine.
Per industry within reason.
Gotcha.
I have one question. I think if we talk about jobs, okay, and we had examples, I don't want to take names, but you pretty much know. If there are 200 jobs, 100 of them will qualify for the 92,000 and above, and the rest of them will not. We get into that caveat all the time. How can we put an end to that? Because if you want an incentive, it has to be one or none, because they're kind of fudging through the equations. It's not cost effective for our town point of view from incentives.
Okay. Okay,
You know, the examples, I don't have.
I understand.
Yeah.
So my question is it to come back with, to answer some of these questions that were asked here, and then also come back with a single recommended policy framework? Or two complete draft alternatives for comparison? I'm sorry, Councilmember Rabati and then Councilmember Johnson.
I do not need to see two complete draft alternatives. I
Okay.
would prefer that you put together a recommended policy framework that we can react to.
Okay, perfect. Councilmember Johnson?
So I totally agree with Mayor Pro Tem Robati. Just bring us back one and let us react. I just wanted two quick comments. One, it's a shorter one. I think we need to put this on a cycle for review and not wait 10 years. So I don't know what that is, but think about that. And,
Okay.
you know, is it 3 years? Is it 5 years? Is it 6 months? And whatever it is. And then as far as this peak assessment conversation goes, I hear what you're saying, and I'm thinking this would help in the area of the office and corporate projects and that lower threshold potentially. So I'm okay with it, but, you know, we're not here to offer incentives to everybody. I think we're here to offer incentives to those companies and corporations that are gonna set roots here in Morrisville, be good corporate citizens, and continue to invest and grow, and therefore continue to grow our revenue stream. So I think that's the basis of everything for me.
Yeah.
I do not want to offer an incentive to everybody.
And I hear that, but the way our policy is set today, that can impact those companies that are here, that are growing and expanding. That's the reason why, like, the projects we just recruited would have the same reaction, be impacted the same way with the current policy.
So that's why I said I'm
Yeah.
okay with it, because I can see the value of it. But I also I want to make sure that these are incentives for a reason. Not just, we don't have a problem getting corporations to come here on their own. So if we are going to pay out an incentive, they need to rise above the rest.
Yes.
And so I don't want that lost in the policy.
Gotcha. I understand. I agree. Definitely.
I'm fine with one.
Okay. And Councilmember Caramello, was it still up or? Okay. And so I can't see one policy. Okay. I'm hearing one policy across the board. All right. And I'm going to wrap up. So these are the proposed dates for draft policy presentation.
So
Change.
what I'm going to suggest is that you sort of talk through the high points of what you heard that you're intending to address, because I want to make sure there's some level of consensus there, because there was some difference of opinion on a couple things, which is fine. That's why we're here. But I don't want Tiffany going back and trying to figure out which of those
Yeah, and
differing opinions should be implemented into a draft policy, because we'll add an entire another meeting to this process, so.
so some takeaways, some deliverables I understood. I need to provide 3 to 4 examples of our last projects and how they relate to the new tax growth model. And then also a scenario where depreciation goes under in the new tax growth model and how that will benefit us. Bear with me. I wrote on each slide, so.
You go as you go.
All right. And then, I don't want you to. And then also, a report on how our average job creation per industry, an example of the companies. Example where companies where there's 5 jobs or 100 workers compared to like the average job. Can you, that was you, Councilmember Kessler, I'm not,
I think the question is to what end? And the reason I would say that is because, you're not gonna necessarily be able to control for what industries come through and make application and are gonna ask for that incentive. So, we're happy to provide information, but, looking at the average job for different industry, I'm not sure the complete relevance in the sense of you won't necessarily control what's gonna come through, but if there's something we're not missing, please share.
Yeah, so, let's say we want to target a specific industry, and I don't remember all the industries on the list. Advanced manufacturing was one of them, right? Let's say the average job for that industry, I don't know if it's like a per square foot basis for the actual layout, but the average for the industry is 30 jobs. But we want to attract that, company, but we have a threshold of 50. So is there a mismatch there? If we
Okay.
want to attract a specific company or a specific type of industry, a company within an industry that typically has an average that's below our threshold. That's the thought
understand.
there.
Based on industry. And then the other point was, how can we address incentivizing projects that have, I'll call it skewed pay scales, where it appears where they are paying at or above the average wage, but several of the actual employees are making at or slightly below the average wage. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, and that is correct. I think that's one thing we want to spell it out in our policy is only the jobs above the average should be counted. Anything other than that should not be even put as a number to just make it look good kind of a thing. Because if there are like 500 jobs and they're not paying more than the average, and only 100 are paying, then you should tell it's only 100, not 500,
Perhaps using median salary instead of average would help with that.
Well, we base our criteria is based on the average county wage.
Average county, that's 92,000 or something. Living wages or whatever.
And I think that's the approach we generally took with a recent project where they came back and there were some above and some below.
And we
So the
adjusted.
incentive was adjusted to only incentivize the jobs that were above the threshold. Are you looking to do something more different than that? Because that's sort of a
That's what we're
component
doing.
of, I mean, I don't know that's written in the policy, but you sort of took that as a practice, which I support.
No, that is correct. But the perception that has been put forward is like 500 jobs, but in reality it's only 150 about.
150 that meet the county wage.
Yeah.
So is your recommendation not to even to incentivize the project in general? or-
I'm gonna say it's like you can incentivize, but tell the reality. We are not looking for those under salary things. When you want the incentive, just keep that high watermark, and whatever below is not taken into consideration.
Tiffany, do you have what you need?
I do. I don't, because I did not
You don't?
recognize Councilmember Sparkins Johnson.
I want to remind the council that we are trying to be an inclusive community and get more full-time benefited jobs to our town. This incentive policy is an extraordinary measure to incentivize, high-value opportunities to our town, to our community, to our business at large community that benefit through indirect additional revenue, additional customers. I think it's not fair to say that if you have 500 new employees and a lot of them are not on the average, people have to start somewhere with experience or their skills, and you are not allowing people to get on the ladder. If you're only saying, we only care about the highest, values, you could do a count of that, but you should not ignore the fact that they might have different under the average levels so that people can enter the job market and then move throughout that cycle. I think that's an important element we have to keep in mind. I don't know how the language around that goes, because I want to keep consistent with Wake County and, our peers. But I just have to speak out and say we should not just be blind to opportunities where people might not be making as much as the average, because we want to have people of all ages and all levels of experience in our town. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rapati, followed by Councilmember Kessler.
The only thing is, we do want that. But the only thing is, I think it's a question of which jobs are we incentivizing. But also, if a job is paying $60,000, let's say, is that going to be a person in our town? They're not going to be able to afford to live here. So I don't think we should ignore those jobs. I disagree with that. But I do think that we should not incentivize those jobs.
Yeah, that's all. I agree with what you're saying. Don't put it in the proposal,
Right.
when it's
But
not.
it's good to know, I think it's relevant to include in the proposal the total number of jobs, but the incentive would be triggered with a certain amount of jobs that were in the scope of the incentive policy.
I agree with what Councilmember Scroggins Johnson said. The point that I was making earlier was, right, the average can hide inequality. I don't necessarily want to incentivize, the top level employee making 300% of what the lowest employee is making, and that working out as the average, right? If it's more like 30 times, right? I said 30%, 300%, 300 times, right? I don't want 300 times the lowest paid. 30 would be a better policy. I don't know how that would work into the language, but just ensuring that, I guess, a question for Scroggins Johnson, if that makes sense.
Well, it's CEO pay versus average worker pay kind of thing. And if you have a headquarters, you are going to have those senior executives, which will dilute the average.
That's true.
And we have to think about what is a fair headquarters incentive because of that.
Okay.
But I still think of some sort of threshold.
Councilmember Patel, and then Councilmember.
I'm still not clear on those. I'm still not clear on minimum job requirements, so I'm going to ask the question again differently. What defines a project? Maybe somebody else can help me understand. $5 million, when somebody says $5 million new target industry project, what does that mean? A new company investing?
Yeah. It's a new company that it doesn't have a existing presence here,
Right.
has to commit at least 50 jobs, so 50 new full-time jobs in our community. That's the
So
threshold.
if we were going to adjust thresholds and introduce $2 million project, I still fail to understand how company investing $2 million is going to be able to hire 50 employees with minimum of 80,000.
I think that's a good point, that we should look at that shift, and specifically, because that's for the corporate and office projects. Given the example that I recently gave, that project was 25, it was 25 jobs and one was 29 jobs. So that's something that I will go back and look at and making that adjustment, because typically if your capital investment goes down, then your job count will go down as well.
Right, so I guess what I'm asking is perhaps have different minimum job requirements at the different thresholds that we're introducing,
Yes,
if it makes sense.
definitely. Oh, we got you. And that last was, look at, reevaluate the thresholds, the job thresholds as they compare to the capital investment thresholds. And,
Yeah, last is how many, not just in Morrisville, but in Wake County, that an incentive policy played a role in a project moving away from that particular town?
we may not be able to know that.
No,
because
from Michael
confidential.
Haley, I'm asking, like, might be, he would know from a Wake County point of view.
Okay. It might be.
It's, I don't need the names, but at least I know how rigid were
Okay.
they in their process. That was a showstopper.
I know of one, definitely, so, yeah. Were there any more questions? Well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing what you come up with. Time check, it's 7:43. We'll take a break after about 90 minutes. I want to take a break now to try to get through the EOP first.
What's the estimate for the next topic?
Pretty much
For EOP, I'm hoping 5 minutes.
Okay, well, let's do that, then break, then we'll go round table, I think.
That sounds like a great plan to me. So now we are at 2C, resolution approving updates to Morrisville Emergency Operations Plan. Brandon Zudem, our town manager, will facilitate this discussion. Sir?
You take my mouse. You took my driving. Thank you. All right, good evening, Council. Thanks for a few minutes to discuss this. You recall, Chief Dooley brought forth an amendment to the Emergency Operations Plan. We do that from time to time just based on review of that. This one was largely administrative, updating titles, things like that, no real operational changes. So in your packet, you have a list of the section of what that section was, what the previous version said, and what the new version was changed to. So as you look down this, it's, adding departments, adding an updated planning or an updated, population, that sort of thing. So I'm going to go right to where the questions were raised, and that was really around civil disorder. And there were some questions around the inclusion of items that were seen as not being civil disorder. Now, again, in the context of the EOP, they're only talking about those items in the event of an emergency or disruption in the community. So not saying that anytime those happen, they're a problem, saying when those happen and they become disruptive, that is when they get considered along with other things as basically civil disorder. So this column in the center is what the definition was. Civil disorder, also known as civil unrest, civil disturbance, or social unrest. an instance of disorder generally occurring as a result of a massing of residents in a civil disobedience event. And then the examples given were demonstrations, labor strikes, riots, open defiance of existing laws. They may turn violently to rioting and may be subject to various civil disorders, actions, etc. So that was I think, to my knowledge from the feedback we got, the one piece of the draft EOP that there were questions about. So what I am recommending is that we break out into two definitions. So we have a definition of civil disorder, and then I'm going to recommend that we add a definition of lawful demonstrations. So the new civil disorder definition, for the purposes of this plan specifically, civil disorder is a public disturbance or incident of disorder involving acts of disruption and or violence by a group or groups that create immediate danger or result in injury or property damage, or a significant immediate threat of injury or property damage, represents a breakdown of public order requiring law enforcement intervention to restore safety and normality. And that is coming with support from Chief Rosser. He's reviewed these documents. John's reviewed these with me as well. And Chief Dooley has reviewed his portions, but the discussion sort of turned away from the fire department, really more to the police department. So then we've added this definition of lawful demonstrations. Lawful activities such as demonstrations, labor strikes, protests, or other assemblies are not considered to be civil disorder. The town recognizes the importance of affording individuals and groups their constitutional and legal rights up until the point that such behavior is no longer legal or protected. In the event that a lawful activity results in a public disturbance or incident of disorder, it may necessitate a law enforcement intervention to restore safety and normality. So if that addresses everyone's concerns, the rest of it is completely administrative. You've seen the majority of that. We tweaked a couple more names that needed to be updated, nothing operational. And our intent would be to bring this back on consent on March 10th for you to be able to approve the updated EOP. Happy to take any questions. Okay, Harrison? Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to bring that back. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. Will that be adequate for everyone? Let's please reconvene at 8:04. Okay, we're now at item 2D, Town Council Roundtable, and followed by a couple of closed sessions. I'd now like to pass it to Giselle Rodriguez, our Deputy Town Manager, for Town Council Roundtable discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have, right now, we're gonna have the roundtable. We will begin with the new roundtable items request. We have 7 items for this evening. The way we would do it is and I'm sharing these instructions in benefit of the newer council members that haven't been through roundtable before. So council members who are sponsoring a roundtable item will introduce the item and talk to the council as to what their intent is with the item proposed. Council will discuss if they would like to support further action into that. And the majority of the cases result in council, if there is consensus, council directing staff to investigate and bring information back. So council will decide if they would like to direct staff to investigate, thumbs up, yes, no, down, and then we'll move on to the next item. Ideally, we will spend no more than 5 minutes on each item so that we can move through them quickly. It's enough conversation to be able to understand what is the scope and the interest behind the ask without having to go too much into detail, and then allow next steps to go. And council members will follow up with any questions they may have as they gain a better understanding of the item presented before them. So any questions before we get started? Okay, good. So we will begin with Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi introducing your item.
My item is a small business program that would provide a subsidy for rent in Perimeter Park, possibly in coordination with the chamber, that would target small businesses in town that need office space but can't afford it, for a 1-year rent assistance program. It would help us, I believe, to revitalize the office space in Perimeter Park, which is currently going to waste, and would also cement Morrisville's reputation as a small business-friendly community.
Any follow-up questions? Councilmember Scroggins Johnson?
Are you proposing that this would be individual subsidies for businesses that are new? Or would it be a central area that would be designated for entrepreneurs that would have a lower rent and maybe a smaller space?
I think that it could work either way. I guess I would see what, if staff went away to investigate it, I guess I would see what they thought would be the best way for it to work.
Okay, and at this time, we're not aware of any, Spark was supposed to have like an innovation hub where entrepreneurs, and that space is no longer available for that activity, so this would be a similar approach possibly.
Yeah,
So
I believe that it would.
I think that is important that we have that kind of opportunity for entrepreneurs, and without, with losing the Spark incubation, this makes sense to find it maybe in an unused area of the town.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson, I'm sorry, and then Councilmember Kesley.
So I do think it's worthy of us having a conversation about how to support our small businesses. I am having a lot of heartburn over targeting it to one corporation. There's a corporation that owns Perimeter Park, and we have other corporations in town that own office space, like Southport. So I do not want to look like the town is favoring anybody. So that would be number one. That was the first thing that screamed out at me. And then the second thing, and I realize that you're specifically talking about office space, but I think we have a small business person now on staff, and so I'd want to hear what is out there, or what have they heard that would help our small business office space folks. This may not be it, this might be it. I don't want to run down this path if it's not anything that's of any value to, and not that, so again, let's go back to the idea is to help with the empty office space in town that is valuable discussion to have, and how do we incentivize that? I'm 100% behind that. And actually, what we just talked about with our incentive policy, potentially, when we talked about lowering thresholds, could help some smaller businesses, although I think some small businesses would tell you $2 million is not an insignificant amount of money. So, but yeah, that's just the thoughts I had around it.
I only specified pro to park in there because I drive by it every day. But to your point, yes, all office space.
They're not the only ones, that's right.
Councilmember Kathleen.
A thought that I had with this proposal when you were talking there, Pro Temper Body, was that we probably have some people that are working from home, they have a small business doing something, accounting, software development, something like that. But being able to say, hey, it makes sense, apply for this program. You'd be able to afford this office space. I see that also as a community development goal, because now you can, assuming that it's maybe one floor of one of these office buildings, and people can come in and do their business, whatever it might be, and have those water cooler conversations close to home with their neighbors. Essentially, I think that's a generation, or thought generation that I had from this.
And let's not forget, Cisco started in a garage. Like, you never know where the next big idea is coming from.
Okay, thumbs up, thumbs down. Councilmember Garamella.
And I like the idea, instead of the subsidy, if we can have a small business or we go talk to all these people who are Southport and everything, if they want to have an incubator, instead of, we subsidizing, it's part of their incentive, because like, what is it, the RTP Fountain, Frontier. Yeah, Frontier does it, right? Like, you do for a year, and if you're successful, then the idea is that they will have their offices in RTP. I think a similar model, if we can work within Morrisville, like in a different sections, like, because that opens up more opportunities. Like if Southport is saying, yeah, I have this place, I can let it go for, people to do it. Perimeter will say, yeah, I have this small place I can do, or several areas can be recognized, not just our area. And in that way, I think if our staff can help coordinate in having those incubators, as you rightly said, you don't know who can, will be the next Cisco coming out of Morrisville.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Seems like we have consensus to direct staff to investigate options. Yes? Okay. Thank you. We'll move to the next one, is Councilmember Scroggins Johnson. You have two items, so once we complete one, we roll into the other one.
That's exactly it, because they're related, and I broke them into two. So I'm going to do a little bit of reading, but a lot of summarization. And I think that I know that the first one I'm going to talk about is the Pew House, and the second one is the Art League or Art Council for Morrisville. So the Pew House, as we know, sits along Morrisville Carpenter Road, and this beautiful house is actually a historical house for Morrisville in this sense that it was there during some of the scrimmage of the Civil War, and later on it was the home of Mabel Pugh, who is an artist that is one of our founding families in Morrisville, and there's some history behind that. The town did recognize the significance of this home in 2008, probably earlier because it takes a while to do plans, but they moved the house from across the street on Chapel Hill Road to its present location. At that time, the town did not invest in infrastructure, meaning there is no plumbing or electric today at that site. There's only the actual house, and it sits on a foundation. It has been, if you do the math, from 2008 to today, that is many years, and the house has not been maintained in the same sense as it needs to be. There are some of the exterior structures that are declining, and there is no functioning water or electric. So the town council has reviewed this purpose of the Pew House over the many years. Every few years, we look at this, and we have not landed on a purpose. But we have this asset, and it's a wonderful historical asset, and it has been recognized as a historical home. Let's take advantage and activate this asset. It's a gateway in a location. It's the gateway to our downtown. It's very inviting. There's a lot of interest in what goes on there, but as it sits without function, there is a lack of interest. So one of the things that I have been working with a very interested group of the public, and specifically one advocate in particular, is to identify a way to bring the Pew House into an active state. And in order to do that, we need to understand where we stand today. I'd like to offer the council the opportunity to conduct an assessment to understand exactly where that structure is today. I know, like, the balcony and the stairs are somewhat deteriorating, but there's other probably infrastructure. And what is the future cost to restore it to a functioning building that is just a functioning building? And then what is the current cost to bring it up to a historic level restoration? So those will be two different tier points. And then also understand limitations for public use, because we've heard previous proposals that in order to make it a fully functional house for public use, we have ADA and other requirements which require an elevator or similar kind of structures in order to have a two-level access. And that's prohibitively expensive. But to take an asset that was invested by the town in 2008 and to finally activate it for programming and to honor Mabel Pew and other historic interests would be a very valuable opportunity. And I think this project has been pushed down the road so many times. It's finally time to do it. It's only going to get more expensive, and there's so many vibrant things going on with our downtown. To have that place where we can bring our community together and bring people together. It's near the dog park. There's just a really nice greenway access as well. So I think it's finally time to take a look and activate the Pew House. So I'll open it up for questions.
Councilmember Rabati.
I'm about to blow your socks off because I would be a yes on determining exactly what the current level of the house is. I think it's been a while since any of us have seen the inside of it. And I think that until we know what we're dealing with, we can't make good decisions about the future of the house. So I would be a yes.
Thank you. Councilmember.
Councilmember Case, thank you.
I'm definitely a yes on existing condition assessment. we don't know what we've got till it's gone, right? And I suppose it's deteriorating, right? It's just sitting out there. It would be good to know what the rate of that deterioration is, and that would maybe indicate to us, how quickly we might need to act before, we lose it as an asset.
Councilmember Johnson?
So, I love doing history, so just for history, I was on the council when we bought that house and moved it, and I have always been supportive of keeping that house in our inventory and activating it for some use. So having said that, Giselle, you gave us a report. Do you remember when that was? I don't even remember when it was. You did exactly this. You assessed the building, gave us some options.
We have done that twice. So I gave a report back in 2019, and Mark Spagnoli gave a report to council in 2024. The report that Mark Spagnoli did was more advanced than the one I did in 2019. 2019 was trying to identify a potential use for the structure, and based on the potential use, then we will do further assessment. Based on what we heard there, then we advanced a little bit more exploration and assessments, determined that we needed a new plumbing system, new electrical system, new HVAC, like everything needed to be pretty much built. The house on the inside needed to be gutted to the best description and then kind of upfitted to whichever use. And that use came a question again, because we needed to define what is the intended purpose in order for us to know exactly what needs to be done. There was conversation about parking, access, the need, there's a section of Church Street that extend right into what we could call the back driveway of the Pew House, and the conversation of if we were to close that section of Church Street, then we can gain that additional area to be able to put some parking in addition with that triangular strip between Franklin Up Church and MCR that would allow us to have some additional parking as well. So there was some extensive information that was provided to council at that time. There was no decision made at the time on the direction that we wanted to go with the potential use, and that's essentially where the project stopped. Thank you for asking the question. I was going to let everybody ask any question so that I could gain clarity as to, we have this information that was provided in 2024 the last time, and kind of what do we need in addition to that?
Okay, thank you. So I think it would be really helpful if you shared that information, even with me again. Clearly, we have two folks that have never seen that, so I think that would be helpful. And then obviously from 2024 to today, the property has probably changed a little bit. I heard issues with the steps too. So if you could just kind of add some of the, I don't know, whatever additional information you have on how the property is functioning today. I mean, we just had an event out there. Parks and Rec held an event out there. No, I realized it wasn't in the building.
It was on the outside.
That's right.
And the building itself is taken care of on the exterior only. So we are protecting the condition of the building only on the exterior. The inside, it's still pretty intact to what it was when we relocated it. So no changes have been done on the inside.
Okay. And then maybe it would be worthwhile having a tour again. We all kind of took a tour back in, I'm pretty sure it was 2024, to kind of look at it. So maybe taking another tour of the building, if we can get up the steps, might be helpful. And then I'm also going to be really pragmatic. As much as I love this building, I have fought battles to make sure that it stayed in our inventory when there were councils that wanted to sell the property. So I'm thrilled it's still ours to do with what we want with it. But I also know that it's going to cost a heck of a lot of money, and it comes up then against all these other projects that we are trying to fund for our residents. So that's the pragmatic side of me to say, we need help. And I know there are some that want to help when it comes to fundraising to actually renovate the building, and that would be incredibly helpful. So that's all I have right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Castling.
I had a question of, are we maintaining the building? And I believe you answered that question. So that was it.
On the outside, yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Robati.
I would be interested to hear what we're allowed to do to the inside of the building, because one way I was thinking to get around the elevator situation would be to take out that second floor and just leave it as a cathedral ceiling. And we could, I mean, some skylights and, you know, Bob's your uncle. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, let's kind of think outside the box to, you know, to not necessarily even value engineer, but to get the most out of the building with the money that we would be planning to spend.
So following up some of the conversation that we had with council, we did additional research into what the building code would allow us, given that it is considered a historic structure, and whether there will be any exceptions that we could utilize to not have to do an elevator. And it all goes back to the intended use of the building. So depending on the intended use of the building, there could be some provisions that allow us to have an exception where we don't have to put an elevator, but the intended use will have to be defined first in order to make that decision. I think I have Councilmember Garamella, then Patel, and then Kessling.
Yeah, 100% I agree is the intent of use. What intents of use are possible without using the elevator is also one of the questions that I would like to know, because I still have a hard time when the big Superior Gymnastics doesn't get an elevator, and they are a huge gymnastics area, and they didn't have an elevator. And we are talking about a small house, and idea is to cheapest and the best use of not using a $250,000 elevator there, which is not needed. What is needed is the ambience of the first floor, and just don't use the upstairs, period.
Councilmember Patel?
So I'll be interested in previous reports, and if another tour is possible, I would like to also tour the property.
Absolutely. Thank you. Councilmember Kessling?
I think if we were to come up with maybe a couple of ideas for intended use, we could look at what would it take to get it ready for those intended uses and kind of have a comparison between them. Because I am interested in the option that we don't have an elevator. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that would be, but if we just threw some ideas, you know, maybe something would stick.
Yeah, I'm very much in favor of doing a refresh of the assessment and trying to find out how we can activate it. Like Councilmember Johnson, I think it's an unused asset that would be really nice to put some resources towards. I'm not sure where the budget would come from, but I'm very much open to seeing it. And to your point, Councilmember Kessling, you keep on talking about it depends on the intended use. Can you bucket those for us? And these uses would be an elevator, these uses wouldn't. And I think we're going to look to choose from the wouldn't. So it's kind of chicken and egg. So help us to narrow down the intended uses that would be feasible. I think as part of this effort would help me a lot.
Absolutely.
So I'm a thumbs up.
I believe I have Mayor Pro Tem Robati and then Councilmember Johnson. Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
No, so I just thought of something. So about what everyone was just saying, try to find the least expensive way to get it to some type of use, whatever that is. Doesn't mean that's going to be the use for its life. You know, over time, we may choose to renovate it, and it could be for some other use. So I think we need to keep that in mind. That's just occurred to me as we were all talking.
So the use that, the minimum use, I think of the Historic Christian Church as our example of how we invested money and activated that. And over time, we kind of did more acoustics enhancements, and there were other grounds enhancements, and a parking lot was added. So you didn't have the Historic Christian Church activated to where it is today. We had to do a little bit of phasing. So to restore the house so that it actually has electric, plumbing, and so forth like that, and maybe focus on the ground floor as being the first phase so that we can activate the ground floor. The second floor may or may not ever be activated because that might be off limits for public access restrictions or zoning or purpose. But to have that ground floor activated so that we could have community meetings or gatherings and, you know, similar to Historic Christian Church, and have it located there is, I think, maybe one of the potential uses and scenarios you could do.
Okay. So let me offer this suggestion, and then you all let me know if you would like to proceed in this manner. Apologize. Did you have any other comment? Okay, thank you. Since we have already provided those two updates in 2019 and 2024, how about we provide the collection of that material that has been shared before, because it's been a while. So we provide those presentations to you by email, allowed you to review those presentations. Because this is a project that has been in the evaluated through the CIP, and it has not been received enough points, I guess we want to call it, to rise to the funded or anticipated next 5-year CIP, we can evaluate this information that we have been provided. It has some costs associated with it because we identified for these uses, these are some of the costs that will be associated with it. I think we can all assume that by now those costs are a little bit higher, but it does give us a range of magnitude of what kind of number we will be looking at. And that could help assist in the conversation as we continue in the budget development and capital projects. Do we feel that this is a time that we need to score this project or evaluate how this project sits in priority versus all of the other projects, and continue those conversations through the budget development? So we don't, that way we allow that conversation to continue, keep the topic fresh, and it's not like we are postponing this until the next round table, but allowing that conversation to occur because it's directly related to a capital project. And allowing you to review the information would also allow, may create opportunity for any of you to have any follow-up question as part of the budget development that we can include in the FAQ document and provide those responses that could help inform the process as well. How does that sound to you all? Do you feel like that could be a good opportunity to kind of review what we have before we invest any more efforts on doing any more development?
So one of the grant opportunities that the state of North Carolina or the county has is about a design grant for historic properties. And that would be open to nonprofits or municipalities coordinating with nonprofits, right? So I think that we could get the historical information from 2019 and 2024 that would help inform the council today as where this state of the Pew House is. I think we have to align on intended use, but we also have to consider how, you know, it's not just town money potentially. There are other opportunities to activate this, and that's another level of a conversation that maybe we haven't engaged in as a council before, is how do we think about this differently by maybe partnering through an MOU or something with a nonprofit agency that would help us move this needle a little bit further towards activating the space.
I would say that is an option out there. One of the things that we consider with staff was, what if the town was to put a LOI, letter of interest request, that would say, we will put it out there and said, we have this property, this is what it currently is, this is what we currently have, this is what will be needed, and put it out there to see what potential ideas may be presented along with any potential partnerships of what could be the future of the Pew House, and evaluating those submittals similar to an RFQ, but it's not something that we necessarily have to act upon, but is ideas that are provided, we evaluate and determine, okay, we can utilize some of this and move it forward. The challenge with that, and the reason why we didn't take that a step further when it came up, is at the time, we did not have enough direction from the council to provide some level of idea of what the end looked like.
Right.
If we are able to have more idea as to what the collective council feel like, this is what success will look like for the Pew House, it allows us to put a better scope into that LOI that we can just launch out there and see what ideas we may have from potential developers or interested partners that could be out there. We have also tried, we have a running list of keywords and projects that we utilize for grant searches. And we are constantly running a lot of projects through different grant search engines to identify, are there any grants out there we can take advantage of? Every single time we are searching for grants for the Pew House, we don't meet the criteria to apply because we don't have an end in mind. We don't know what the potential use is. And there are some uses that are prohibited for grant application that would not receive funding if some of those uses are utilized. Like in some cases, if you have a historic property that could be used for a for-profit through a partnership, some of those opportunities do not qualify for some historic grants. We recently applied to a grant through the DFI, Development Funding Initiative, I think I have that right, through the School of Government, where they were evaluating projects that had historic buildings and how they could redevelop to get the most use out of them. Unfortunately, our project was not selected, but what DFI was going to provide if we did win the grant was identify any potential marketability in the sense of what could be attractive for the location and provide some strategies on how to best move it forward. We did not win the grant. However, future opportunities of working with the same group could be a possibility that council could consider in the future. Would that advance a little bit more from what staff has provided already? Perhaps. It's definitely a conversation that we can continue to have. If council was to prioritize the project at a level that we can move forward at some point.
Very good.
I believe I saw Mayor Colley first, and then Councilmember Kessling and the Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi.
Circling back to your staff recommendation of moving it forward, the 2019-2024 is good. I heard concerns about the stairs, so if you could refresh and just have someone take a look at those and see if that would be additional cost or what that would be. For the end state, I think just keeping it really simple, we want electric, we want plumbing, we want to be able to use the first floor as a reading room or a library or a place to meet. I think that's an end state that, to your point, can become flexible and do more later. So if you need an end state, it's simply being able to habitate in there. And we also need heat. We didn't really talk about HVAC, so that would be something as well. So I think this is something, an underutilized asset that would be great to do something with. And I think we're gonna have to think outside the box about resourcing it for budget. I'm looking forward to having some conversations with my council about that. instead of just letting it keep on increasing in price. I remember cinder walls, we could have taken it down for $100,000 and it kept on growing. The sooner we do something with this, because it's our gateway, I think it's going to be really important.
Councilmember Kesley.
I wanted to echo Mayor Colley's earlier point about this certainly being a chicken and egg kind of situation. If I can propose another type of use for the space, that maybe we can, look at this community center option. I'd say a history museum. We have some displays in our town hall, but a lot of places, and a couple of things come to mind. Bergwin Wright House in Wilmington I used to go to growing up, and Old Salem, which every single one of those houses is a museum. Displays on Morrisville town history, things like that. I think that would be an alternative way to activate the space. And I would be interested in, what are the grants that we could apply for, and what are they looking for? Certainly, these two ideas now have that. What would the grants look like for those two ideas, and are they different? Are there different criterias between those two ideas?
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Robati.
All right, I would like to just respectfully remind everybody of what a roundtable is and what a roundtable isn't, okay? Because we just spent 20 minutes solutioning the future of the Pew House, and Vicky's ask was literally, can staff look into it, bring something back? You guys, we've got to start keeping these roundtables at a high level. How many more are on there?
5.
Okay, so, seriously, we've got to get to the ask. If there's a question you need to ask to get you to a yes or no, then ask it. And if not, then vote. That's what we all agreed that a roundtable would be.
Can we have a thumbs up on that? Okay, let's do it.
Thank you. Staff will provide the information from previous presentations.
I
Thank you.
appreciate the indulgence of everyone because I think it is an important asset to the town. But the next one is not going to be as long, hopefully. And of course, my little intro is on this next one. So my next ask is to kind of create a cohesive wrapper around our art program. Morrisville has expanded art within our town through its mural program and now recently the icon program. However, we don't necessarily have a group of like-minded artists and individuals appreciating art in our town. Cary has an art league which kind of fosters and nurtures art, education, appreciation events within the town. And I think now that we've started with our icon program, which is our next chapter in our art, it's time that we seriously consider exploring an art league or a subgroup within our current Park and Recs committee that focuses on art. And I think it's both a Morrisville resident item as well as people that appreciate Morrisville as a community. So the ask is to see if council supports creating or helping to support the launch of an art league or a group that would look at our current art program and also create a strategic plan for art and ongoing support for ideas and programming.
Thank you. Mayor Colley.
I give that an enthusiastic thumbs up as long as it doesn't take away from the icons that we're doing and maybe our next step internally. I don't want to wait for that art league to slow down our next step. But I like the idea of having someone else outside being able to support it and
It's more
maybe
cohesive.
it's more cohesive.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for
Thank
bringing
you.
it up.
Anyone else?
Councilmember Johnson.
So I appreciate the reference to Parks and Rec, because I will tell you that I think they love being a part of this process. So I'm trying to figure out how to continue keeping them in the loop. So I appreciate that you mentioned Parks and Rec there, because I really think they would be upset if they were not involved. So, and I don't know how to rectify that, quite frankly. And so then the only other question I have is, I assume, and I shouldn't assume because you put it in here, that this is not just murals and icons.
No.
So I think that has to be fleshed out in this process. What is the goal for this group? And is the goal, and I don't know what it is yet, and is the goal broad and in depth enough for I assume this is like an advisory committee, or is it better suited for, and maybe not, I'm just gonna say this, for like a work group that has a timeframe? So those are just the things I would ask that we think about.
Very good.
Councilmember Kathleen.
I just thought of Arts Innovation Group. Yeah. I just wanted to mention that, yes, it's more than just art. I think the Parks and Rec, the advisory board for that, because it's cultural resources as well. I think I want to hear what they have to say, but also architecture, right? We were just talking about Pew House. It has very distinct architecture. Is there other architecture, historic architecture in Morrisville that could be incorporated into new projects, such that it adds to the identity of the town? That's my thought. I'm in support, yeah.
Anyone else?
Any other comments, questions?
So the ask is to know if you're in support of creation of an entity. It could be as simple as a work group that would have, a series of meetings to create a plan, and then we could decide if that is an independent art league that can spin out of that, or if that would be another advisory board kind of thing. So there's two directions that this could go, but having the town be the incubator of a Morrisville Art League or a Morrisville Art Community would be great, because that way we could, set a time frame of like 6 months or something, so that we would have further refinement for a strategic plan. So we would have a scope, and we would have, looking at architecture and other, art-related kind of things, and not derail our current icon program.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, just as a follow-up, is your ask to direct staff to investigate the ask of creating a work group that could develop a plan?
So my ask is to have staff come up with a proposal on either a work group or a citizen advisory committee, kind of scenario, with the goal, the first goal is to create a strategic plan, not like sustainability plan, but something like an outline and a framework for what that would look like, and using the Cary Art League as maybe a potential model.
Okay, we can look at examples of what others have done on that arena. Okay. Okay, thank you.
So much.
Let's move on to the next one. Mayor Colley.
Just read it for the record. I request that staff review the nonprofit support policies of nearby municipalities and bring back a recommendation on whether a tailored policy for Morrisville would benefit our residents and align with our demographics and needs. We're not committing to funding anything. We're simply gathering information so we can make an informed decision. So a nonprofit support policy would strengthen Morrisville's social infrastructure by ensuring that residents facing hardship, seniors on fixed incomes, for example, veterans, disabled residents, teachers, and those experiencing job loss have access to the specialized services they need to remain stable and remain in Morrisville. Nonprofit partners already provide these services using private donations and grants. A structured policy would allow Morrisville to responsibly invest in organizations with proven expertise, ensuring our taxpayer dollars are used efficiently and only for Morrisville residents. If we make that contingent on that. So it could be a grant program or something like that. Carrie does a good job with that. We saw just recently how Neighbor Up and things like that, who don't have any support from us, have helped our residents greatly. So that would be just sort of something to think about. And I welcome any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Rabati.
Which other municipalities, are you aware of any besides Cary that have such a policy?
I believe Apex.
Okay, then I
Supported
think we should
Western
have
White.
one too. I mean, yes.
I see 3, 4. Councilmember Johnson.
So I have to do my plug. Ann and I serve on a board of the Morrisville Community Fund, and the Morrisville Community Fund was established back in 2012 for just this idea of helping fund nonprofits that work with Morrisville families. So Ann, like I said, Ann is on the board. I've been on the board since the beginning, and we would, over these, I guess, 14 years, we've awarded it, and I went and looked the other day. We've awarded 38 grants to nonprofits that serve Morrisville families. And just, for example, Kieran, which works with clients that have experienced domestic violence, our Morrisville CERT, our Community Emergency Response Team, we've given them several grants over the years. NC Shield was one. They're working with our police department, they're working with our police department on human trafficking. And Dorcas, well now Neighbor Up, we've given them several grants over time. So I just want to mention that because there's a mechanism here already, and we would welcome your donations, and I will share with everyone the link. So you are more than welcome to donate to the Morrisville Community Fund. So you know it's twofold. We have an endowment, and our endowment has done very well. And we are trying to grow our endowment, and then second is to continue to award as many grants as we can to nonprofits. So anyhow, I will share all that information with everyone, and we and Ann and the rest of the board would welcome your donation. Sorry, I just had to put that plug in there for us.
Thank you. As a matter of clarification, Mayor, from staff, I know the nonprofit support is the roundtable that has come up before in 3 occasions and was not supported. How is this different than the previous ones?
We just saw recently how important it is for nonprofit organizations to have the resources they need to help our residents. And more recently, in the last couple of budget cycles, there's been lots of discussion of how inflation and fixed income residents feel like maybe they're getting pushed out. We are unable to help them directly through property tax forgiveness or anything like that. We can't give money to residents, but there are organizations like Kieran who help and Neighbor Up who can legally have our funds and our resources directed to the people who need it the most. So that's something that I think would benefit our community, but we are not in a position to do it directly. So I think it's become more of an understanding on the part of the council that this could be a good method and mechanism to make sure that those in need are getting what they need to stay in Morrisville, because that's good for us. It keeps our residents here.
Thank you. I believe I saw Kessling, Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, Councilmember Garimella, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, and then Councilmember Johnson.
I attended day one of the Essentials of Municipal Government today, and we learned in that the, yes, we can partner with nonprofits, but there has to be a service rendered. So I suppose, yes, yes, I agree to, helping seniors on fixed income, but there'd have to be a service that the nonprofit is doing, it seems. And so I guess maybe if I'm wrong on that, then the clarification on that, what is the relationship that we can have with nonprofits, supporting our community?
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ravati.
Good.
Okay. Councilmember Garavella.
Yeah, I think we had these discussions before. The problem only, I'll be honest, it's a slippery slope when you say, like, the essential scores. What is the purpose? What kind of work? Morrisville being such a diverse community, it opens up all kinds of organizations that comes to us, and we don't know how to allocate the money. It becomes really a logistic nightmare. Only we know neighbor up.
That's why
As
we have a policy.
a policy would say what? You know,
Carrie does it successfully.
no, but this carries $800 million budget, period. That's way different.
We're not talking budget right now, we're talking.
No, but
setting a
eventually it comes to a policy, is to a budget. That's to make have any teeth on anything to do for a nonprofit. It boils down to money. You know, a policy is allocating where and who to give the money for what purpose. That's pretty much the bottom line is. And how do we determine that? Are we in the business for that? You know, it's as much as I like it, like, you know, Babs Charities does a lot of other things, you know, like HSNC does it, you know, like Morrisville Community does it. And so are 100 other organizations that will come. And do we want to be in the middle of all that is the question. You know, and how much money are we talking about that we even put as a policy to even allocate that? So it's the concept is good, but I think we will just get entangled too much into those feeds that, I don't know, we will have a good outcome coming out of it. It's just my thought process. But again, I'll listen to others.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
So I'd like to kind of extend a little bit upon Councilmember Kessling's point about service rendered. So I remember in the past that there was a shuttle service that's offered to all Wake County residents for individuals that are disabled or seniors that will, it's like a nonprofit running a shuttle service to help people get to doctor appointments, let's say for example. And they were asking the town to donate like $10,000 annually in order to help offset operations and subsidize their budget. And we never supported that. That is something that I think could be in scope of a subsidy for those entities that are providing services that we cannot do. Neighbor Up, or AKA Dorcas Ministries, does partner with Wake County as their processor for Health and Human Services for Western Wake County. They always need more if available from both private individuals as well as other organizations. To choose them versus another nonprofit to donate town money, I think can be a slippery slope. We just saw during the fire, there were multiple entities volunteering. Dorcas, of course, helped or coordinate, but we also have HSNC being very gracious and supportive of our community, and I know Babs in the past has done similar things, so to choose one and not all sometimes is a dilemma. So I think we need to maybe explore what a policy might look like and also understand what the impact is. There are so many nonprofits. What exactly are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to not get into the business of a certain service, and in order for us to maybe provide a certain stipend will help extend the coverage to Morrisville? I think that there might be some value there, but if you just donate because it's good to donate, that is not exactly what I think we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
So I think the Morrisville Community Fund was established so that it could answer some of these pros and cons. And that's why it was established not by just myself, but current and former elected officials and the former town manager. And it was just so all of these, because there are a lot of pros, there are a lot of cons too, would not fall on the town as an organization. And so the board has been in effect now for 14 years handling that. I wish we had more money to give. That's why I'm going to send you all the links so you can donate. But TJ, you said something that almost sounded like this was like a grant program. And I'm not sure that's what, maybe I misunderstood, but either this is to support nonprofits or it's not. So I just want to make sure I didn't hear incorrectly.
It is to support nonprofits. I would imagine that some kind of grant program would be the way to do that and have a policy that staff would administer.
Okay, no, certainly that's what we call, at the Morrisville Community Fund, we call them grants. But it almost sounded like you wanted to give to individuals themselves. And that's not what a nonprofit policy is.
Yes, I'm not sure where you're getting any of
Okay,
that.
that's why I asked, so I wanted to
That's good
clarify.
to follow up. I want all the questions answered so people feel comfortable to just ask staff to look into what a policy would be.
Okay.
Perhaps create a policy.
I'm almost done.
Yes, answering your question.
And I'm going to say the same thing I've said in the past when this has come up. I work closely, I just told you about the Morrisville Community Fund. I work really closely with two nonprofits that do incredible work. All these nonprofits do incredible work. I am not sure the public wants us to spend their taxpayers' money this way. I'm not hearing the public say, I want you to take my tax money and give it to nonprofits. When I have asked about this issue, folks have said to me, I want to spend my money my way. I want to donate to the nonprofits I want to. I don't want you, the government, doing it on my behalf. So that concerns me deeply. And then the last thing I'll say is, I know in the town of Cary, they actually have Lazy Days and Spring Days are events that make money, and they take the profit from those events to fund some nonprofit work. So if we want to go down that path, I might be more inclined than just taking the taxpayers' money and choosing where their money goes, versus having an event where profit, which I know that's a technicality, because in the end, that ends up being the town's money, one way or the other, that affects our residents, but that would make me feel a little bit better about it.
Councilmember Kessling.
I think to get to the point of the roundtable, I want to know what the other town's policies are. I'm assuming that we don't have a nonprofit policy in town. So I guess staff to investigate what the other municipalities' nonprofit policies look like, and just having that as a presentation.
Councilmember Patel.
I just want to echo what Councilmember Kathleen said. I do want to know what the neighboring towns' policies are, and then we can take it from there.
Follow up, what can we legally do for nonprofits?
Thank you. Good, we're good? Can we move on to the next one? Okay. The next roundtable is from Councilmember Patel.
So I want to talk about integrating the veterans, some type of veterans recognition element into our town center. I'm just going to read off. As you continue planning the town center and town green, I like council to consider incorporating a permanent element within our downtown that honors veterans and provides a meaningful space in our civic core. Some of the suggestions I have laid out, I just researched and found what is possible, but I'm sure that town staff can probably may have better ideas than what I have come up with. One of them would be some type of veterans reflection plaza with sitting area for veterans and families. Another would be some type of landscape veteran grove with integrated green space where you have tree canopies and shades. Walk of service, that's something that we can incorporate within town center. And I would say we can also perhaps form some sort of committee of veterans and maybe get their opinion. I understand there is a land allocated for veterans memorial, but we also know that there is a funding challenge there. And at the rate the funds are being raised, I don't know they will be able to achieve anything meaningful for veterans anytime soon. State of Morrisville, state of North Carolina ranks number 8 in veterans population, and Wake County is the largest veterans population in North Carolina. And I think it's since we are pretty much building our town center, it's something we can do. I understand that we are probably further into the planning that some of the ideas I'm suggesting are not possible, or maybe it will add additional cost, but anything, and my intent is not to make it expensive, not to overspend, but at least try to incorporate something without having to spend too much money. And I think if we collectively think about what can be done, I'm sure we can come up with something. That's all I have to questions.
Councilmember Johnson.
So I am supportive of finding a way to incorporate veterans somewhere. I'm not sure, in the town center, I'm not sure a reflective area would be appropriate, because that is exactly what the town paid for the design across the street. And that's really in the town center. The town funded a design that the Morrisville Veterans Foundation is using to fundraise. So I don't want to duplicate that effort. If there is some way we can, and I know you said, Ashit, I know you said these were just some examples. If there's some way we can incorporate honoring the service, and I don't know what that is, I would be supportive of that, but not to duplicate what they're doing. And oh, by the way, you did a great job. You need to help them fundraise, because they are trying really hard to fundraise. And have you ever attended one of their meetings?
I have not, and I understand that, yes, we have allocated land there, and they are, but if you, based on what I have researched so far, at the rate they are fundraising, it will take more than 20 years to come up with the money that current plan asked for. And that study was also done quite a while ago, right? And what I'm asking is not to, again, not to spend more money to duplicate what they would do, but this is a large area that we're developing. I'm sure we can do something.
And I'm behind that. I'm behind that for sure.
Yeah,
It's just
and
not-
what I have reflected, what I have mentioned here, these are just the ideas.
Yep.
I'm not set on any single idea or any of these ideas. I'm sure if we talk to veterans or somebody more knowledgeable in this area, they will probably have better ideas.
Yeah, and so just to, I have not been to one of the Veterans Memorial Foundation meetings. I've not been to one of their meetings in a couple of months now, but they have hired somebody to help them with their grants and their grant applications. So I think they're in a different position. That's why I say, everyone, you should go to one of their meetings if you can, because I think they're working on some different avenues now of fundraising.
I believe I have Councilmember Scroggins Johnson and then Councilmember Kessler.
So I kind of like this idea of incorporating it in our town center without making it a brand-new park. I mean, I have been on board of making the Veterans Memorial kind of a reflective place and having that investment, because it essentially is a different kind of a experience in a park kind of thing versus incorporating it into our downtown gives us already a predefined kind of experience. It's just what is respectful and what does honor the service. I think about history when I was listening to you. It's like Morrisville has a lot of history that we can incorporate stories and messages and into our downtown. So maybe the story of our veterans is something that we can tie in so it's not duplicative, but yet it starts that honoring of, thinking in alignment, which gets closer to where,
Right,
you've been
when I
focusing.
talk about walk of service, something like that, right?
Yes.
You can have small stories about veterans of
Yes.
Morrisville.
Yes,
Right.
because that teaches us and it's honorable, and it also kind of gives us a closer knit kind of feel. So, thank you. I'd like to explore that further.
Councilmember Kessler.
Do we know how many veterans live in Morrisville?
Based on my research, about 920
120.
as of 2024.
How many veterans are on the Veterans Memorial Foundation?
There are a few, but I couldn't tell you how many.
Sure. Yeah, throughout this, yes, and if there's a way that we can do outreach to our current Morrisville veterans, and get there, just have conversations with them. I would like that. And I don't want to say in addition to this, but I think it'd be nice to have.
So I have had a conversation with a couple of veterans, but I wanted to present this to council before engaging more veterans, but yes,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Mayor Colley.
I'm definitely a yes and, definitely a thumbs up. I'd love to have some kind of recognition of service members, active veterans, whatever, in the town center. It could be small, it might be just a flagpole with a little sign. Feel free to reflect here or something. I'm also still in favor of the Veterans Memorial Project and the Veterans Memorial Foundation and their hard work. I would like to do anything we can to accelerate that, which might end up being some town funds, but so it goes. So thank you for bringing this forward. I think it'd be a great idea to have something in the town center.
Councilmember Patel.
So I just want to be very clear. I'm not proposing we do anything that duplicates or competes with what Veterans Memorial is planning to do or wants to do. Just this is in addition to what they may do. Even if they do something tomorrow, it will still be, it will still make sense to do something within town center. That's all.
Yes, and.
Thank you. I believe I heard consensus. Yes? Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to the next one. I believe the next two are from Councilmember Kathleen.
Yes. I'll start with the ask, and then a background, and then benefits, and then we can get back to the ask. Be nice with our Public Works building and Senior Center if we voluntarily use the 2024 North Carolina building codes on those projects and then any future projects. So that's kind of the ask, but I know that might be that might not be feasible. So future projects, future town projects. 2023, the state took the code council, made it two separate ones, a commercial and a residential code council. And during the Hurricane Helene relief bill, there was basically delaying the code. And that delay was, there was one delay to like 2031 and 2023. And I suppose an ask would be a background of this. You know, that would be better than I'm able to do in the next 5 minutes. We have the 2024 codes. They're good. They're ready to go. And anybody can use them. The issue is that the residential code council has not been formed yet. And that's what's really delaying it. Once that gets formed, and the Office of State Fire Marshal does a certain set of tasks, which they've done, but they can't control the residential code council. Once that happens, then a year from that point, you know, the codes will be adopted.
Just go to the benefits.
Right. So the benefits would be, this is a state analysis of 88 cents per square foot decrease in initial cost due to better envelope and energy efficiency of the units and lower HVAC equipment, in addition to you know, the energy savings, the cost savings, better fire safety as well. So all around, it seems to be a benefit. Just based on my own research, I would love for staff to, you know, research that, and you know, if we're in favor of you know, voluntarily adopting those codes for our municipal buildings, not trying to impose that. I think that would be a good way to meet some of our sustainability goals, because they come with you know, energy efficiency requirements. One more thing to note, sorry, 2018 code, we are in climate zone 4A. 2024, we're in climate zone 3A. What that means is that we are in a hotter, humider environment, which means if we design buildings to meet an outdated climate zone, then we are designing less resilient buildings for the future. So.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson first.
Councilmember Kessling, I can tell you're an engineer. But what I hear you say is that there's an opportunity that we have to adopt some building codes which will improve sustainability and energy usage and other factors. Would that make the town early adopters versus lagging, you know, kind of things? Is that what the advantage that we would have, is that the town would be more proactive in embracing these new standards?
that would be an additional value and ties into, or an additional benefit and ties into our value of innovation.
Correct. And are these standards legal in North Carolina, or are they just national standards that, you know, that it takes a while kind of thing?
So the request would be for staff to present a better version of this, but yes, they are. So in the 2018 building codes, you can do a alternative means and methods, and there's a letter that town staff had provided. So the alternative means and methods, the state has said you can use the 2024 codes as an alternative means and methods for the construction of your buildings.
So would the town of Morrisville be one of the first in our region to adopt these in a proactive way?
I believe
I'm
so.
trying to tease this out
I
because
believe so, yeah.
there's two sides to this us being proactive and also the development community and also, you know, the commercial community understanding the value that they get and the benefits that they get. So having staff explore how the town would embrace it, but also maybe getting a little voice of customer as well would be helpful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mayor Colley?
I'm in favor of asking staff what would be involved if they were consider may use any parts of the code which make sense at this time fiscally and sustainability and things like that. So I'm getting a no thank you on that. Did you want to add something in, sir?
Please finish. I want to hear from everybody if I have thoughts, if that's all right.
Okay. I think, and I hope that staff is always using best practices, and I like that you're bringing this up. I don't want to force them to do it on an edict of the council, but I want everyone to know how supportive we are of better practices, especially I didn't know about the changing of the regions and how we don't want to build for something that we no longer are. So I support this. I give it a thumbs up to have staff assess what it would mean to go ahead and look into these codes. But I don't want to tell them to do it because I'm not a subject matter expert in this field. Does that sound fair? So thumbs up.
Councilmember Garamella?
Yeah, for me, this is more operations, you know, and more of it's a policy guidelines is to use the latest and the greatest, what is needed to keep our town safe is the policy that we do. Obviously, our staff keeps our documents updated based on what is needed, and accordingly, when it is the right time, they implement it. But one thing I wanted to ask you, because yesterday you said something during the comments that if it was 2024, the fire could have been avoided. And I have some questions about that, to be honest, because the way the rules are, I'll give you Breckenridge Clubhouse. Breckenridge Clubhouse was built in 2000. The ceiling has insulation, and then there is a 2 foot, a 1.5 foot, and then the sprinklers on top of it. The sprinklers are not insulated, and that was by code at that time. And whenever there's a lot of freeze, the sprinklers bust. And how our building standards are, it was grandfathered, and no one can change it at that time, period. So saying that if it was 2024, this apartment complex was there for at least 15 to 20 years that I know. They use what the code at the time was, and the town does not mandate to change the code. So by that statement, and then by asking, you know, to change it, why would anyone who is already permitted to use go and change the code? Because these are like fundamental questions, like it's dollar value, A, for any of the residents or the businesses, and second is from a code enforcement I think it's all conforming. You can't go back and say, unless there's a change, like if tomorrow, the Breckenridge Clubhouse, I'm adding an additional room or doing a major modification, then the code comes into play. Otherwise, bottom line, it just doesn't come into play. So I was just kind of curious when you said that statement. I just wanted to ask you today when you brought it up.
So the main point that I was making with that is that the latest and greatest standards are always better than older standards. And I believe that the apartment was built using the 1996 codes. If they would have been built with the 2000 codes, right? If this was kind of the situation that we were in. Not to say that it wouldn't happen, but there's certain fire safety standards that get updated, with each code cycle. So really, it's a code delay, right? That's the state's decided to delay the code. But I don't believe that for our town-owned buildings that we need to delay if we're, if we're legally allowed, which in all of my research, I'm not yet convinced that we can't do it, if that makes sense. Does that?
So you're saying this is only for
Only for municipal buildings.
municipal buildings.
Mm-hmm.
So the statement 2024 the apartment it doesn't hold true there.
Well, if we
Are we
build,
way in the weeds here?
No.
mean,
I wanted to
permits?
understand like how important this is, because this is more of an operations for me, and that statement was pretty thing. So I want to know if that's what we're trying to do, because it's once the zoning is done, once a CO is given, until there's a change, you just can't go back and tell it to update.
yeah, so I'm not talking about outside of the town for this,
Okay.
for this roundtable item that we're discussing here tonight.
So I think I would offer a couple clarifying things. One, words matter. So this would not be us adopting the 2024 building code. We cannot do that today. Frank can explain that in a little more depth if you need, but we are not able to do that. So anyone, as Councilmember Kessing has suggested, can choose to use the 2024 building code. So I believe that's what he's asking, is that we would voluntarily elect to use the 2024 building code in lieu of the existing 2018 building code. So, with that, and I fully appreciate the interest in sustainability and the interest in energy conservation. And I don't disagree that there's always improvements, because that's how technology works. There's always going to be improvements in the next set of rules, if you will. But it's also important to keep in mind that this is, the energy conservation code is only one piece of the overall building code. And so we would be having inspectors that would be working on and inspecting buildings under the 2024 set of building codes, but all the other projects, they would still be working under the 2018 building code, because no one else is required to use that, and no one has voluntarily come forward to use the 2024 building code. That's rare, and there's probably a variety of reasons that we don't need to get into as to why no one does that. So I would also lean a bit towards Councilmember Garamella, in the sense that I think the role of the council is to give us philosophical and vision, strategic type direction around, we want to be more sustainable. We want to use, we want to use the most current, that we're able to within the realm of what staff thinks is reasonable. And so in this case, I've talked at a bit of length with Shandy about this, and they've intentionally not, started to use that for our projects because it's not being used for anyone else. And again, it's not just the energy code, that it's the entire building code that would have to be adopted for those projects. You can't elect to use, we like this part of 24, so we're going to use it, but the rest of the project's going to be 2018 because that's easier to use. You have to make a choice for that project to go to the 2024 building code or to use the 2018 building code. So I think it creates me a little bit of concern in getting direction for a decision that would normally be made by your staff. And I just think it's important to share that.
Mayor Colley.
So to that end, I was trying to have my comments be pretty high level, where feasible, staff can elect to do certain things. I wasn't aware, because the Public Works building is very old, so a lot of it was built under a different code, and now we're upfitting to a new code. So I think it's reasonable to say that you could probably mix all three codes where applicable, where you think it would makes sense. I could be very wrong, because I'm not sure.
It's either you do
Everything in one code, or,
the 2018 code that it gets updated to.
okay?
Or, you know, there's some.
Councilmember Caston, can you turn it on?
It would have to be the 2018 code that it gets updated to. There might be some, something is existing in the building currently, right, that gets grandfathered in. But if you're touching, one part of the building over here and it affects something over here, you got to replace the whole thing, like an electrical system, right? Replace the whole thing. If you did the 2024 codes, it would just be, we're using the 2024 codes instead of the 2018 codes. So it's the entirety of those codes, which I wouldn't say that there's a whole lot of change, but there's like some specific requirements.
Okay. So that's good information to know. So it's all or nothing.
Well, it's 2018 or 2024.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
All that or all that. I thought that there might, like you do the plumbing in a certain way or something, but, okay, so I trust our staff to make the right decision on which code. I think that our high-level policy decision guidance in the future could be, where feasible, let's try to use the most current, most sustainable codes going forward. So that's probably a discussion for another day, perhaps.
Councilmember Johnson.
So I was gonna say yes, let staff give us their feedback on the pros and cons, but you've just done that, so I appreciate that. But having said that, this is kind of above my pay grade too, because I am not an expert in construction and inspection and all that goes into it. So I'm gonna have to, and I do trust our staff. I don't have to, I do trust our staff on this. But I would add this though, and this is one of those end issues. If the, and I'm trying to read through this again, it's sustainability and energy consumption are really the gist of what you're trying to get at, Harrison? I'm trying to.
It is, yes, that's a big component of this.
So what I would say, I'm gonna side with staff, and I would say incorporate what you can as you go through the work you're doing, knowing that sustainability, and I know you know this, sustainability means a lot to us, energy consumption is important, so wherever, as you're upfitting the building, wherever that can be incorporated, and anything else that might, maybe those are the only things.
Yeah, and I think you will see that, and to some extent, and I don't mean this to downplay anything, this may be a bit of a moot point, because the Public Works facility and the senior center are already in design beyond where we could stop and come back and try to adopt a different code to do that. So depending on when the code council gets seated, there's a optimistic chance that this code could come into effect in 2027, and that in all likelihood would be before we're really designing any other town facilities at this point, depending on when we get started with Fire Station 2 and that move. But the two that we're working on right now, we're beyond the point of stopping to go back and change the code. So I think it doesn't necessarily mean we won't be able to use it, once it becomes effective and 2024 gets adopted. That may work for the fire station, and then would almost certainly work, for future projects, because we're going to adopt the code once the state does. We'll go to that.
one more thing. I really was kind of done, but let me just ask one more thing. And I think I asked you this, Brandon, somewhere along the way, but maybe not. Who's to say they won't adopt it as it is? Isn't there potential that it could be changed? I realize this group has not been seated, but I mean, that's kind of a concern I have as well. What if,
Yeah, in talking to Shandy, it's pretty highly unlikely that it will change. It's really in place. It just needs this sign off. So we're not really expecting anything significant to change in it. So we do think the code is pretty much what we're going to get. We know what it is. And again, our folks are starting to train on that, so they're aware of what some of the changes are. So, it doesn't, they tell us we're going to start in 30 days and we haven't looked at it. But no, we don't expect any significant change from this point forward. Because all the majority of the technical folks have weighed in.
Mayor Pro Tem Rabati.
I'm driving out of town at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I'm just saying I'm giving this another 10 minutes and then I'm going to leave.
Any other comments on this item? Support? Not support? Can I see thumbs up or down?
I think I've heard from staff what we would hear from staff.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one final comment. And I get it, we're thumbs down on it. We do have the lead, using lead as a checklist to get some of the sustainability stuff. The only concern there is that treating that as a voluntary checklist rather than a verifiable performance standard would allow contractors to cherry pick the inexpensive green features without delivering meaningful, measurable reductions in energy use or emissions. 2024 code would not necessarily get us there. That would just kind of get us over this hurdle. But I would, if we had, a actual green building standard with teeth that we could use for our town buildings, that would be nice. But I'm not proposing that. Just saying that for the record.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next one. Councilmember Cassidy.
So this one is not building codes. This is Unified Development Ordinance, city codes. There's a policy resource called the Sustainable Development Code, and it's got a lot of things like that touch on parking, and I'll get the stuff here. So I'll just list the chapters. Environmental, health and natural resources, natural hazards, land use and community character, mobility and transportation, community, healthy neighborhoods and food security and energy. That's kind of the scope. You drill down into it, it gives good, better, best policies for removing code barriers, creating incentives, and filling regulatory gaps. So I'm looking at community health and safety, and it has a bunch of different items on the remove code barriers. We have Bs in urban and suburban districts, commercial sales of food produced on site in urban and suburban areas, farmers markets in a variety of districts, pedestrian connectivity through cul-de-sac, bicycle parking minimums, mid-block pedestrian crossings, a lot of discrete kind of policy resources. I would love for staff to maybe review this document and see what are we currently doing? What could we be allowed to do that we're not doing? And presenting that to us as a report on, kind of a benchmark maybe. How are we compared to some of the communities? And I suppose one thing in here, the specific documents or specific resources have like a background, the actual policy examples. So it's the staff time would be kind of organizing it all, but it's and possibly interpreting it and whatnot. But then kind of you just really just combing through it and seeing what is our UDO actually, are we incorporating sustainability practices in our UDO enough? And are there opportunities for more, sustainable practices just baked into the UDO?
Mayor Pro Tem Rabati.
This document, if you said it, I missed it, this document is specific to North Carolina.
This is not specific to North Carolina. I'm just looking at this, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Prince George County, Maryland, New York City, New York. So, right, some of them would have to be determined. Like, I don't think we could ban gas stations, let's say.
Yeah.
Or ban drive-throughs.
I just say that because I think that it's not just staff time to go through and look at what, I mean, it's not like, if it was already written UDO for North Carolina, I would definitely take your point, but I think then there's also contrasting this with what we're allowed to do from a legislative point of view, so that time has to be factored in. I think that it might be more appropriate to say that during the next UDO review, that staff could use this document as a resource.
Councilmember Sproggins Johnson.
I concur with Mayor Pro Tem Robati, because I was going to say that we do typically, on a regular basis, probably biannually, look at UDO text amendments, and this would be an opportunity for that. And then there's also a full refresh. So I see this as an input to that process. And also there is a related review maybe by the sustainability or MESC, looking at this document, having that as an agenda topic for the MESC organization to get public input on some of these items that they might want to prioritize.
Mayor Colley.
Because it's my understanding that we're going to be doing a new master sustainability plan and updating that. So that would be appropriate in advance, and they can make recommendations into the UDO process. When is our next UDO cycle to?
So we have to pause a lot of our UDO text amendment cycles, particularly the one that we had scheduled for TOD, because of Senate Bill 382 prevents us from being able to impose any more restrictive regulation on any land in town. So until some of the language in Senate Bill 382 is repealed, we don't have the ability to be able to incorporate any amendments that will impose more restrictions on development.
So are you willing to switch it up to sort of see if MESC will take a look at it rather than task staff with it this time, or?
Yeah. Big thing with this is I just want us to start having conversations about it, before we're pretty much
In
set.
the midst of it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And I would add, I agree with Mayor Colley that as we transition the Master Sustainability Plan into the Community Master Sustainability Plan or Climate Action Plan, there could be some opportunities that could be evaluated at that time that may have a better reach and applicability in many different areas. This is the end of roundtable. Thank you. I would say there's also some, the summary for previous items that were presented, that it's on your package. You can review it. If you have any questions, let me know. I do have one point of clarification I wanted to make, and it's particularly to an item previously presented by Councilmember Sproggins Johnson, is the landscaping on Morrisville Carpenter Road. So one of the things that I noted there is the staff was preparing they have done some adjustments to the design, and there is the possibility of being able to put it out for bid. Unfortunately, given additional costs that are associated with Morrisville Carpenter Road, there's no funding on that project to be able to pay for the landscaping on MCR. So definitely wanted to bring that as a point of clarification, and also seeking guidance from council as to how would you like to fund this if we were to put it out for bid.
What would be the options for funding it? You got to give us
So I think part of the challenge is, we don't necessarily know what the bid will be.
Right.
And then, if we knew what the bid was, we could bring you options. It's a little bit of cat and mouse or chicken and egg, right? Because, and I'm hesitant to put it to bid if we don't really know that we're gonna do it, because we don't know if we have the funds. So it may be, and I realize this is not ideal, and I'm not suggesting it is by any stretch of the imagination, but, we may be able to do some landscaping work as part of this comprehensive transportation update, sorry, of what the medians might look like, what we might do then when, 54 and McCrimmon get done and we do betterments and things like that. So that is an option, is to hold on to this, and then in the meantime, be looking for funds. But if you do feel you want to do that sooner, we could certainly bring you back some options of what we think it will cost and where that might come from.
So to be clear, within the scope of the Pew House renovation is landscaping such as, readjusting the driveway, maybe there's some realignments with that property area. Is that what you're referring to, or what is landscaping? It means something different in my
Well, you
head.
wanted trees on Morrisville Carpenter Road. So that's what she's talking to.
That's what I'm referring to.
Oh,
That
okay.
you
Trees
wanted
are
to
very
incorporate landscaping within the median on Morrisville Carpenter Road.
Okay,
Sorry if
I
that
was
wasn't
thinking
clear.
Pew House, because you said
No,
earlier, so
sorry.
I was thinking earlier tonight.
The median project.
So we would still like to consider getting the trees because of So you're looking for money from another area of the LAP funding or something?
Yeah, we'll have to work a little bit. We're getting ready to close a couple projects out. But again, we've sort of got some of that let me go back with Byron and Jeannie and let us come back and again, get at least a realistic estimate of what we hope it will be this time.
Yes.
And then how we might be able to fund that.
I know that would be so helpful because it still feels like a speedway and, it's
Yeah, people would be crazy.
inconsistent. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thanks.
Well, thank you all.
Brandon, can you catch me up on the closed sessions tomorrow while I'm driving, or do you really need me?
I can catch you up if that's what you prefer. There's no decisions per se, but we have information in regards to something that Lori's going to present that we can get you the memo and you can review it. And then we have an economic development project from Tiffany.
I'm in favor of all economic development projects.
There you go.
Very nice.
Okay, then.
Mayor Protem, would you like to be excused?
I would like to be excused, yes, please.
I have a motion to excuse Councilmember Rabati, Mayor Protem Rabati. I'd like to hear one. Could you be the first?
Make the motion.
Make a
Say I
motion.
Make the motion.
I'll second that.
All
Okay, I have a
right.
motion from Councilmember Kessling, a second from Councilmember Patel to excuse Mayor Protem Rabati at this time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously,
Do we always
7-0.
do this when somebody's leaving?
Yes.
If they want to be excused.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you
Safe
very much, you
drive.
guys.
Yes, safe travel.
Thank you.
Anything for the good?
You're going to
Town Manager Zudema, anything for the good of the order before we go into closed session? Do you have the second one also, Kimberly? Oh, okay. And what was the first one?
First one is.
Oh, the first one's on the piece of paper.
Steve,
Okay.
we don't have Steve now.
I know. So I would entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 for attorney-client privilege, and to enter closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A34 to protect attorney-client privilege.
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilmember Scroggins-Johnson, a second from Councilmember Kessling. All those in favor of entering closed session for those two items, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, that carries 6-0 unanimously. Thank you very much. We're now in closed session. Please clear the room, turn off the feed.
So maybe a 5-minute